I'm James Irwin. I'm based in London. Got a studio here in London. Yeah. Yeah, sure. So I'm James. Yeah, sure. So I'm James Irwin. I'm based in London. Got a studio here in London. Yeah.
And what is your piece called?
I think it's called Surface Collider.
And when did you make it?
I made it at the end of no, yeah, I think the end of last year, the end of 2022.
And do you want to talk a little about like your workflow to creating it?
It's like it's an extension of a PhD project, like a practice-based PhD project. Which is around the point at which code becomes image. So everything is made in the script editor, and so using the images are mainly generated by the environment texture wrapped around the world. That's different every time you load up you load into the space. And you're kind of when you walk into the space or enter the space, you're sort of enveloped by a series of randomly positioned like versions of the same object, which kind of envelop you in the world and which are difficult to get out of, but which have a reflective surface that's reflecting the environment map in different ways.
It's really fascinating. Yeah, I've never, I mean, every show on New Art City is completely different, but I've never seen one like that at all. It's like very, very out there.
Yeah, yeah. So I was trying to, what I was trying to do is get rid of the three-dimensionality of it as a navigatable space. That's what I was trying to do, subvert that aspect of it, I think.
I think that's really cool. Or like virtual spaces, just by virtue of being 3D, end up borrowing a lot of vocabulary from the physical world. And we're always trying to think of like, how can you use virtual space in a different way that doesn't necessarily require that?
Yeah, yeah. That's
Um,
that's
and
what I
there's
was in.
some text involved too, right? Does that generate in the same way every
Yeah,
time?
yeah. The text is coming in from a Twitter bot that I made that is which is tweeting out fine-tuned GPT-3 text based around the research that I'm doing for the PhD. So that will change. That does build through the time that it starts at the same point. It starts at the beginning of the Twitter bot timeline and just kind of refreshes every. I can't remember how I did it now, but every yeah.
Um, and so I guess you probably made this piece as the, the dense phase of the pandemic was winding down. But I'm curious, like, what was your practice like before the pandemic?
I'm trying to remember. I think it involved more sort of photographic imagery than synthetic digital like images of the computer, like digital based based in like digital aesthetics. I think it was more folks. There was more sort of a conversation between photography and the digital image. But yeah, I think that's how it shifted. But I don't know if that's pandemic specific.
Yeah, I mean, I've just been thinking about this because New Art City is this kind of ready-made archive where all of the shows that have happened stay open, right? And we exist in large part because the pandemic took place. And so, you know, we're here for the art and we're really like foregrounding that, but in some sense, a lot of it becomes this very specific zeitgeist of virtual space plus isolation. And so I've been trying to ask that question of artists that we talk to.
Yeah.
And had you worked much in virtual space before?
I was always using Three.js. Well, for the last 3 or 4 years, I've been using Three.js. So yeah, and kind of overlaps with it's always quite difficult working. I would see like working in code and as working in virtual space. So like whether or not that becomes something which becomes like a digital print from a digitally generated or a code generated image. So kind of trying to work in that with that relationship between virtual digital space and the gallery, I suppose, in a contemporary art sense.
Yeah, that makes a ton of sense. I would agree with that assessment. And so I assume you've shown in physical space before many times, right?
Yeah, but it's become more. It has become more like web-based now. Actually, my practice.
Yeah, that's interesting to me. Or like, how do you negotiate like the screen as the way of accessing your work? Or like, how do you feel about screens?
I I'm like I don't know actually. it's it's complicated, isn't it? It's hard to tell because you sort of lack the feedback that you would get like face to face. Zoom's good, or like sorry, these platforms, these like video call platforms, whatever you call them, they're good. Like as a means of, I think that's one of the good things that's happened through the pandemic, like the sort of proliferation of video calling.
Absolutely. And have you shown in other virtual spaces besides New Art City, like Cyber or even like Distant Gallery or something like that?
No, not like I've shown with other digital like web-based platforms in the UK. Like there's this place called skelf.org.uk that I show with quite a lot, and I've put on like series of exhibitions like between like where I was trying to link writers and artists from the US with artists and writers from the UK. So like trying to bridge that divide because it seems like the US is way ahead of the UK in terms of how digital art is used as a contemporary art practice.
That's interesting, right? I feel like I was or like it seemed like the Arts Council was throwing a ton of money at virtual stuff over the past few years. But I guess it's just different. So I'm curious also, when was the last time you went into your space after you made it?
When was the last time I went in?
Yeah.
It was last Wednesday. I showed my supervisor.
And had it been a while since you've been back before that?
I keep going back to check it's working.
That's good. Yeah, especially with custom code on New Art City. You know, things get updated, things break. How does it feel to come back to it?
I don't know. It's difficult to know when things are finished, isn't it? And so I think I'd like to kind of keep on changing like bits of it, like maybe how the text is generating, so it's different every time you're entering it in a different space in the timeline of the text. Yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult because there's sound in there as well, and the sound, like, there's a lot of soundtracks, and I think they buffer depending on how much RAM the user has got on their computer.
Interesting. That's just like a performance thing because it's streaming, or yeah.
I think it's a performance thing, yeah.
Have you thought much about how to visually describe the work? Because I know yours is different from most of them because it's not like artifact based.
Yeah. I don't know if I have thought about that really. It's kind of in terms, well, other than the sort of the fact that the environment is like a sort of a like 3D generated image, no, sorry, a digitally generated image which doesn't really refer to the natural world outside of the screen or beyond itself, and therefore tries to extend the language of what images that computers make might look like if they existed on their own. That's kind of what I'm interested in, that sort of thing.
Totally, that's super interesting. Okay, last question before we move on to the exhibition tour. Also, wow, your cat is gigantic.
Oh yeah. Sorry, you see Tinkerbell, yeah. She's big, yeah.
This is not my cat, but this is my roommate's cat.
Oh, what are they called?
His name's Fritz.
Fritz.
He
Nice.
usually lives in the back house, but our friend's out of town, so he's hanging out with us. He keeps like headbutting my feet and trying to spin me around in my chair. Um, so the last question has to do with like archiving. Like how do you deal with archiving your work, especially as like variable media? And I guess a corollary question to that is like, do you often return to old files in your computer? And like, what's the oldest file that you have?
Okay. Yeah, I suppose what happens is like they just end up on a computer. If they're not on the web server somewhere, they'll end up on a computer which ends up sitting on a shelf or at the back of my under the bed or something like that, like in a place that I don't know. I'm not very good actually with digitally archiving my work. That is a weak point. That's definitely a weak point. But the oldest file is probably actually like documentation of sculptures and things. So I used to make
Hmm.
sculptures, so like yeah, like photographs of work from like 2005 or something.
Yeah, I empathize with the random old machines or like well, in this is like this is I've had this computer since I was 18, but his name is Theseus because every single part has been replaced over the years,
Yeah.
including the body itself. It was originally a 17-inch MacBook Pro and now it is a 15-inch MacBook Pro.
Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, but that's when you could actually replace the parts on MacBooks, wasn't it?
Good times.
Yeah. So is it still all right? Does it still work okay?
Oh yeah, the solid state drive is about 8 years old, so it needs to be replaced if I'm going to preserve it. But I mean, there's something so interesting, especially with code-based work. It's like, we've been preserving paintings for a really long time. It's like well known how to do this, but digital files, especially code-based work, it's so much more difficult. Like, every web server is like its own little morass of complexity.
Yeah. It's true. I don't. It's probably something that I need to get on top of actually, but it's difficult. I try and it's hard enough to keep on top of my desktop.
Yeah, I agree.
So this new Art City project with 6 minutes past 9 builds on research undertaken over the last 4 years at the Contemporary Art Research Centre, Kingston School of Art, where I'm doing a PhD at the point at which code becomes image. The research bypasses photographic or lens-based image-making techniques to speculate on the kinds of images machines make. The project foregrounds a visual language channeled through the collaborative process of working with computer software and hardware systems as a human subject. Resulting images are often weird and alien, distant from that which the eye is familiar with seeing outside of the psychedelic. These images offer little for us to cling to. The representative, which reaffirms ideas of self relative to the world we are familiar with, is left alone. As we interact through the screen, keyboard, and mouse with the code behind the work to bring the imagery to life, abstract patterns, colors, and shapes are summoned to the rectangular frame of the computer display. The images move and flicker in ways similar to the cyclical rhythms of other life forms. I'm interested in locating a vitalism within code-based imagery, one that alludes to or confirms how subjectivities extend beyond the boundaries of human bodies to inhabit machinic entities. This distributed subjectivity is consistent with, or perhaps speculates on, how modern life appears so fractured and anxiety-inducing. The project uses us, our human bodies, as the channel for synthetic imagery, and in doing so suggests a recombinant cyborg form. The human body is remodeled to include our computational appendages within its edges. This reposition of the subjective authorial voice folds back in on itself and resurfaces through the text-based output of the project. These writings sketch out a contextual framework for the work using a fine-tuned custom version of the large language model GPT-3 to generate text. They are written in real time at the point at which the user interacts with the web pages that house the imagery. As collaborative writings in ways that mirror how the images are made, they recombine the singular actions of the user or viewer with those of the artist and artificial intelligence to come into being. They redistribute the single voice of the writer across multiple bodies to build a continually evolving archive of database writing that acknowledges the network nature of more than human subjectivity. The project has also been used to experiment with sound composition across 3D digital space by sampling soundtracks ripped from YouTube ASMR videos and running them through digital processes enabled to live various ticks and whispers originating from human voices and actions were modified to sound like machines. The individual layers of the Ableton track were then exported individually and positioned at different coordinates within the New Art City worlds. These soundtracks are activated and layer up in different manifestations as the user moves through the space. The repeating rhythms and patterns of sounds made by machines but from human beginnings reinforce the visual elements of the work to produce a hyper-synthetic digitality.
It's really beautifully said. Before we go in, I'm going to give a basic visual description. We're still on the Blocker page, and we can see these dark purple reflective shapes undulating through each other and clipping through the camera. On the bottom, there's a text box where the text refreshes every 30 seconds or so. And these are generated by GPT-3 from your Twitter bot, yes? Or this is the sequential reading of the bot itself?
Yeah, that's exactly right, yeah.
So I guess every so often, perhaps I'll interject and read some of the text, but why don't we go into the space and start hearing the sound? They have abstracted themselves out of their matrix and now act as agents in regard to that matrix. Lots and lots of colors, breathing. You can sense the reflectivity. Oh, in the distance, there's a big crumpled ball, but there are all of these other planes that are clipping through each other. We have, blacks and silvers and all of these fuzzy gradients. All clipping through each other. And as the planes go through the camera, they get more fuzzed out. In the fifth step, the future can be calculated, and it is, to engage in this action, it isn't necessary to know anything about historical images since they're all embodied functions. Everything is already calculated. We only need to receive this information. The sphere is slowly moving through the image, or towards us, or we're moving towards it. It's really hard to tell. and the patterns are getting less dense. So we have some greens, we have some blues. Oh, and now it's dense again. Now it seems like we're moving backward or it's moving away from us. Be so unemphatically legion of pure intelligence is freedom. Texture is getting a little more pearlescent. Lots of these like gray purples. This is not just a function of so-called advanced technical images, but rather that of images in general, including handmade ones. Chiefly all historical images, in some or right relationship to images should take account not only of the power of calculation, but also of their embodiment. This can be seen as an aspect of the general theory of images. Now there's a big black hole in the center. It's slowly getting smaller as we move towards a manifold. It's so interesting. It's really hard to tell whether the background is moving or the camera is moving or both. In a way, technical images are pure experiences of surfaces. They're abstract pictures, four-dimensional mathematics. Clipped through a surface, and now the background is totally black. And now we're going back into the surface. And there's another surface that's creeping through on the side. And now it's like jittering and glitching through itself. Visual experiences must be graphed concept. Whoa. This dimension provides the basis for the emergence of a new four-dimensional space. Since the surfaces are no longer planes but have really been extended over time, a completely new dimension has emerged, one that separates historical from synchronistic time. It's interesting how there are these like fluid movements of all of these surfaces, and then they occasionally jump in and out really quickly or like jump cut themselves into the screen. Now these manifolds are kind of closing in on us, but you can see all of these different surfaces intersecting with one another. There's a very painterly quality to it. All of the, I mean, the reflectiveness, it's sort of watery. All these planes flashing in and out. one recedes and then another jumps in. Seems like most of the shapes are spheres, like crumply spheres. And then the camera distance is making it so we're kind of clipping through them. So yeah, there's a nice negative space in the center right now as one ball recedes on the right and another one's sort of flashing in on the left. Displacements and rescalings, margins and centers, abstract paintings, and plastic objects will gradually move out of the universe of becoming into the universe of being suggested by the information dimension. In other words, the history of images will decline into a preparation for critique, a critique that is called system theory. There's a lot of Feynman in this text. Following Feynman, I will call this preparation phase the preparation of a classical problem. The preparation of a problem of images in our case, the critique of images, will be divided into 6 steps. I always find myself racing the text because I feel like it's going to disappear at any moment. Was that intentional, or like making it so you may not be able to read it each time?
I think so. Yeah, I think it might have been. I must have landed on that, and then yeah, it sort of felt like it was like the frustrating element of it might be quite nice.
Your focus sort of gets drawn from the visual to the text to the visual to the sound. It's definitely disorienting. Yeah, I love the like fuzzed out texture when you get close to it. It's really like jittery. And these textures are being generated anew each time the space is loaded.
Yeah, there's like 4 or 5 different HDR images which are picked randomly when the space is loaded. Yeah.
And they're kind of reflecting one another also.
I think they are. I was going to see if I could have them like using different blend modes so that they, but then I think I just kept them so that they're properly opaque. But I don't know if they're reflecting each other also. They might be because I don't know if that sort of recursive thing happens.
Yeah, it seems like it is, or like the way that it looks like animated, because there are surfaces that are clearly reflective, and there are it's like the color is not coming from the shape itself. And now we're off into the black, we're back into the shape again, up close to this manifold. More pearlescent colors, and then some like dark blues and grays and browns. To engage in this action, it isn't necessary to know anything about historical images since they are all embodied functions. Everything is already calculated. However, in this sixth step, there can be no more errors. Our freedom to make free decisions, to exercise free creativity has already been placed under numerical supervision. Off into the black, and it's back. Now we're getting back to the original ASMR sound at the center, I think. You so unemphatically legion of pure intelligence is freedom. And how, I'm trying to remember how is the text being generated, or like what are the prompts to generate it on?
Oh, so what happens is it's trained on five texts. So there's Neil Stephenson's Snow Crash, Mark Fisher's The Word and the Eerie, uh, Catherine Hale's My Mother Was a Computer, Willem Flusser's Into the Universe of Technical Images, and one other which I shouldn't forget that I have. And so basically, I think I just gave it one simple prompt, which was um, synthetic, which was the first text which you see when you load the page. And it just takes that prompt and runs with it using that fine-tuned model as a guide.
Really cool. And how are the HDRs being generated?
Oh, they're generated in using Blender basically, but just from objects and scenes that I've. Oh no, what happened was I've made lots of images from like using the camera as a texture as a texture for digital 3JS spaces. So like virtual 3DS spaces, which I've like taken screenshots from, map the camera image onto different digital objects in that space or GLTF objects in those 3JS spaces, and then use those screenshots to make HDR images, and which are kind of like so they kind of become like the latest in the line of a digital process or something like that, a stepping stone or something.
That makes sense, kind of.
Yeah, sorry, it wasn't that straightforward an explanation. The it's kind of like I tried to like make it a kind of a case of like digital images being in conversation with themselves across time.
I love that. Yeah, I just love everything clipping through everything else. And we're zooming out. Oh, and we're zooming in. Yeah, I love how the shapes are all kind of like breathing. Are the shapes themselves animated, beyond just sort of like rotating or moving?
Yeah, the shapes have got like cloth physics um, attached to them. So then they're like cloth physics with pressure. So they're kind of like inflating and deflating.
Oh, that's really interesting. And do you just animate that in Blender, or is that being done in 3JS?
That's been done in Blender, yeah. So they're quite heavy files, the GLTF objects.
Yeah, I can imagine. I've done a little bit of cloth simulation like that, and it's astounding how big the files can get so quickly.
Yeah, so I ended up not using very many frames actually to try and keep the size of it down. So it will be like 40, I think each one's like 20 frames, and then I'll just like double it and reverse the second half, so it'll end up being 40 frames, but like a loop.
Hmm.
I haven't spent this much time in the space before. I'm quite enjoying melting into it. It's good.
Me
The
too.
experience is nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, well, it's like performing itself each time it's visited, and I think this is a really excellent kind of like documentation of the phenomenon. it definitely strains visual description, or like we have a basic sense of what the texture is like, but abstraction is always hard to describe in like a very resonant way.
Yeah, it's like weird little, some things surprise me with how the things clip. So sometimes
Yeah,
like
I
a
love
little,
the shapes it makes with negative space also,
yeah,
or like because it's like you're always embodied as the camera in virtual space, and the avatar is really more like window dressing. And so I feel like in some sense this calls attention to the camera being your body. It's like has this like totally different property where things can like move through you.
yeah, like or the relate, yeah, or the relate, yeah, exactly. I think I'm interested in the relationship definitely between the virtual camera and the screen, and that sort of and the rectangle, which is the world of the screen.
Mm. Like, yeah, no, nothing on a screen is actually 3 dimensions. It's just it's not different from like a lenticular photograph.
Yeah, exactly. It's no, it's true. You don't often think, but these, especially virtual space, doesn't. Uh, it does really like take you into 3 dimensions, doesn't it? The illusion of 3 dimensions. Generally, it works. It's like those like even 3D modeling software. Like you feel like when you're using it, you're in a space that has depth to it.
Yeah, it is very convincing, or it's like it's like in some sense I don't know that the headset gets you any closer to that, or like I feel like a screen still manages to communicate this illusion.
Yeah,
What is VR but a special type of screen?
yeah, that's true. You don't. It doesn't make you feel like you're in 3 dimensions anymore, does it? Like you don't, because 3 dimensions you would be able to walk through, whereas VR you can't really move around that much as it sits so far,
Yeah.
in my experience of it anyway.
Yeah, I mean it's so interesting to see these dimensional objects kind of flattened into a 2D mass. Sphere clipping towards us and a sphere clipping away. And again, breathing into us.
The sound is I keep on trying to find the sound. I'm trying to locate the sound because I remember like um it's located on a flat plane, which I think is what would it be on the y-axis probably.
Mm-hmm. But now you're
So
really high up.
yeah, I think so. And so the closer you get to, yeah, so you kind of it fades out.
I hear something coming. What was the inspiration to use ASMR sound?
So I think I wanted to look at the because that feels to me so human or so or the maybe it's because it's quite effective and works with like affect as a means of um, as a mode basically. So and I'm kind of interested in how we can get closer to um, working with digital technologies in a way where we're able to talk about um, how they like work in those registers like through affect. making things like more easily, or where it's not so behind the scenes and we're like just kind of led along by the digital, we're able to work with it in a way. I think that probably doesn't make a lot of sense, but
I think I see what you mean. Or it's like in comparison to the form of like a song, ASMR is really meant to sort of short circuit or like hit you in the body.
yeah, make it fit. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
It is interesting, like all of the movement kind of like it creates these like hollows in the space where it's like right now it feels quite two-dimensional. Like you can kind of see an arc of one clipping through another, and then suddenly you can sense that it's moving towards you, and it's kind of like a wave, and now it's coming straight through the camera, and we've clipped through another one, and now it's breathing back in, and now we're moving a little bit. And then, yeah, there's this kind of cavernous quality where you can sense that you're like inside of something. It is the dimension of pure mathematical surfaces. Information underlies this dimension, so this dimension could be called the information dimension. It is interesting how I feel like virtual space or like technical art can often have kind of a short half-life in the mind, and to have these tours be a lot more like durational, it's kind of special to have this like durational experience with it, because even I might, might spend like 2 minutes in a space by myself to like get a sense of it, but yeah, this like co-presence together is really special.
Yeah, it is. It's really nice to hear you describing the work as well, Sammy. I'm really enjoying your descriptions of it.
Good. So how are you feeling on time? Should we keep exploring and reading, or do you think we've had enough?
I think we're good.
Excellent. Well, I will stop the recording now and we can chat a bit more. And we have our captions. And we're back. So I'm going to ask you to tell me your name again and the title of this show.
Okay, so my name is Nakoka Ko, and the name of this show is To Spawn a Door in the Land of Broken Mirrors, which we called it SAD, TSAD was easier. And which I guess I'll refer to it that way because it's easier. And so I was a curator in this show, and a world builder and an artist. And we were also with maybe a total of 18 artists, and another two of them helped me world build. And that was Nicolas Delap and Alan Ixba. And the project assistant, Anna Broughton-Cross. She was super helpful too in the whole thing. So it was a really, really big project. Took quite a long time, and there were a lot of elements to it. And I think, well, I came up with the concept because I was thinking about how things are confusing. I think it was sort of a carry on from the other project, but like things are confusing. It's hard to sort of see really what's going on, and the world is made up of all these, broken mirrors. So we see like reflections of ourselves, but we don't really see necessarily the truth. So each one of us has these separate reflections and separate visions of things. So, and it was like in that kind of space, how can we build a portal or some kind of way through this weird time that we're living in, which is basically the end of one world and the beginning of another one. So, yeah. Hey, Alan.
Hey.
How you
Can you hear
doing?
me?
Yeah,
Hi, everyone. I apologize. I was
problem.
waiting on it, but then I lost track of time. So,
Yeah. No worries.
how are
So
you?
this is Alan, Sammy. This Alan was helping us. I don't know if you guys know each other, but he was helping us with all of like building the 3D elements and making things work in the space too. So
Yeah, that's kind of my next question. Well, first, when did you make the piece? And then, like, tell me more about your process.
um well, I guess it was for the festival last year, so it was 2022. And yeah, it's already been a year. And the process, I mean, I put out a text. I asked artists that I really appreciated their practice online that I came in touch with. I asked them if they wanted to be part of it and if they had something that spoke to them as a piece, whether it was, and the idea was to have always a video piece and a 3D piece that would be near it in the space. So it wasn't really clear if we were going to have some of them, they didn't have a 3D piece that went along with it, but pretty much everyone did. So yeah, it was really interesting to see how that developed, like working out the space, working out the navigation. That's why it's too bad Nicholas is not here. He was really helpful with that too. And yeah, and just like designing it and then figuring out where the pieces went. And then they started getting grouped together in different themes. So like madness and mysticism. And like, so everyone kind of had their own approach to creating this portal feeling in between worlds.
That's interesting. So it's like the curation was somewhat like collaborative then, or like it's interesting how like you were able to sort of arrange the works based on the emergent themes that came in after they were submitted.
Kind of, yeah, it was pretty flexible. And so there was a general idea. So people's work had to really contribute to the idea of the project. I mean, it couldn't be just totally random. So we talked about how their works related with the space, with the idea. But yeah, they could use things that they were already working on. It wasn't like they had to create it just for this project, and they could adapt it in any way they wanted.
Have you done much curating in the past?
No. This was like, I guess this project was well, I had done the Manuka Glass project, which is also like a 3D video, like traveling across the net, like just we worked all together. I had written the text, and so I curated it by gathering these artists together, and we created this video thing. So that was maybe the first time, and this was the second. And now I'm doing another project, but it's like I don't really look at it as curation, really. Like for me, it's more another type of artistic practice. I guess I call it curation because it's a kind of organizing of the artistic of all the creations going on at the same time. But yeah, so that's how I've ended up in that. But
That's a great answer. Now, Alan, I want to hear more about you. Can you tell me? Oh, you're muted. Can you tell me a little bit about like more your experience of the project?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I wanted to add, it was, I think, especially the structure, from what I remember, the how to navigate the world was, I think we started out, I don't remember how, but that evolved pretty quickly. Once we had already set up some of the pieces. So yeah, I think I am very curious of how was convened, like it was really through experience, like each artwork had had a feeling in space. So when you put 8 together, like we started to want to navigate it somehow. So that
Like
was
8
really cool.
like there's like so many spaces in there. Yeah.
And for me, it was also really enjoyable to see I like, yeah, it's complicated, but I enjoyed like the adaptation to the space. So like preparing the textures, optimizing file size, all of that. That was really cool. And I mean, it doesn't sound so cool, but
No,
It-
that's like knitting to me. It's very therapeutic to optimize files.
yeah, it was nice.
It wouldn't have been possible either. So without it, because obviously
Mm.
there's the limitations. But I have to say also with this project, a lot of it was experimentation for everybody, right? Because I mean, we were all learning the space. We were trying to figure out how to use it. Many people had never done digital files or had done some, but necessarily not in the same way or implemented it in that way. So for everybody, I think it was really interesting experience to actually be able to try things out and still keep their real art practice going. So it was really related to what they do within each one's individual practice. It wasn't like now we all, do the same thing or something like that. Each one was individual within their space.
And it's really cool to have that kind of expressive power to be doing like your own installation, which is usually not possible in a physical gallery. It's kind of like you get your screen, you get your zone. But yeah, I mean, it's really nice the way that you approach it. And I see Nick has joined.
Oh, cool.
Hi. It's nice to meet you. We've had everybody trickle in one by one.
Hold on. There it is. Hey. Good to see you.
I don't think I can hear you.
Oh, he's muted.
No, well, I think muted on the mic side.
So, Alan, are you still in Mexico or?
No, I'm in Berlin now.
Ah, nice, nice.
Mm.
It's a bit easier for you.
Yeah.
Cool. And Nicolas, can you talk now? No, not yet. You're going to be doing some editing on these videos?
Certainly, yes.
Oh, all right. Well, shall we just continue then? And
Sure thing.
okay. And then if you fix it, of course, you can join us when you're ready.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah.
Yay! Can you hear me? Oh my
Yes.
God. My mic has broken on my computer, and like every single time I go on a Zoom meeting, I forget that it's broken, and I'm like, hello, and then I'm like, no one can hear me. My mic's broken. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry I'm late as well. Had some work that I had to finish that just went like way over time. So
No worries.
it's good to be here. Good to see everyone.
Yeah, it's nice
Sure,
to learn sort
this
of
group.
perspectives from everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. So both Alan and Nicolas were artists in the exhibition as well, and building the worlds, helping us they created a lot of the graphics that you see that are like navigational elements or visual elements in the general space. So yeah.
Well, that's really cool. What was it like to be building the space that you were showing in? Have y'all shown in virtual spaces before?
I had just
I
shown
rem-
one.
Yeah,
ahead.
I remember at the time it was I just finished kind of helping on another New Art City space, which is called Dad Futurism, that I was involved
Oh,
with. Yeah, with Helen and
yeah,
Ben and
Helen's
everyone.
great.
Yeah, and we've ended up kind of recreating that world in VR now as well, which is cool.
Nice.
And like we've displayed it at Ars Electronica and just at Format recently in Derby, in the UK. But I was like taking quite a back seat on that, and Ben was kind of doing all of the world building. So I got to sort of like see how the platform worked, and then I guess apply some of those observations with the space that we made together, which was cool.
Love it. And yeah, so when was the last time you returned to this space after you made it? Because I know it came out about a year ago.
I kind of have just peered in through like the mirror of social media on it, I guess. Like just seeing people posting about it on Instagram and stuff. That's kind of like I saw those kind of echoes of it after it was launched, like for a few weeks from then.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that like the world is still there, even if you like haven't
Yeah,
visited it in a while, and it's like a place where you once spent like a lot of time.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I was telling you before, like I also showed it recently at an exhibition. So I actually like brought my laptop, opened up the computer, and physically showed it to people that really like just were curious about what it's like to move around in these kinds of spaces and are afraid to actually like go online. I mean, there's a lot of people that are not so comfortable with these kinds of things. So it was nice to be able to show them that, but it's obviously not somewhere that I'm like going all the time. Like I told you today, I spent forever in the space. So that was really cool. But
Such an interesting feeling to like get lost in a space that you yourself
nice.
created.
Nice. Yeah. Totally.
So I already asked Nakoka this question, but the question I've been asking everybody is like, how do you approach like archiving in your work, and like do you return to like past objects you've made a lot, or do you kind of forget about them and move on?
Yeah, for me, I can say this is something I find myself doing quite often. There's I work a lot with data sets, and then like different steps to interpret those data sets. And I've been using the same data set, for example, for one in particular since 2019. But that's just the first step of the process, and then whatever's in between, like I keep evolving it or changing it. So that's yeah, I definitely, especially with parametric, like procedural or generative stuff, like you just cannot use everything. So yeah, I do go back on past artifacts very often.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a way to curate your own work in some way, or you like have to because there are too many images, too many things. What about you, Nick?
Yeah, I've kind of recently come around to this like a different way of thinking about past work and older stuff and kind of old projects, because I think going through like university and then also like working in design, you have these like very stringent deadlines for everything, and you're like, okay, once that deadline is met and that project is done, then it's finished. But actually, like it can be really nice to keep things like moving along and revisit old ideas under like a new framework, and let old things feed into new things and not be so like linear about your work, I think is quite helpful. I think it's a nice perspective to have on work as an artist as well.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
So that concludes the interrogation portion of the program, but I'm going to switch over and start screen sharing, and I'll fill in some visual descriptions for accessibility, and then I'll give y'all like a chance to kind of speak to the work and your thinking. And if one of you could read the exhibition statement, I can just copy the link to the catalog so you can read it from there, because I know this is a bit longer to scroll. Crap.
So are you gonna put it on the screen?
I'm gonna give you well, you can't get the whole thing, so I was just gonna paste
Yeah.
you the
Okay,
the
perfect.
catalog
Yeah.
in the chat, if that's okay.
Yeah.
I just had to go find the chat. All of the stuff disappears when you're screen sharing.
You didn't put it, right?
I put it in the chat.
Oh, I see what you did. Okay, you put the link. Okay. Okay, which took me completely outside of our Zoom chat. That's fine. It's taking forever to load. I don't know why.
Oh no.
How about we just do it together?
So I guess I can just hold it
Oh,
like
so I see. So you could like have it. Hold on. Okay. So I think it'd be good maybe if I read also the names of the artists,
that would be
because
great.
unless you want to do them one by one as we go through the space, or
I think it would be good to read them out, yeah.
okay. So To Spawn a Door in the Land of Broken Mirrors, featuring video and 3D art by Andrea Bordoli, Antoine Felix Bersher, and Monica Anser, S.A. Chavaria, Eliran Dahan, Nicolas Delap, Sanjin Demier, Aurélie Dubois, Gwenba, Snow Yunsufu, Dave Grieber, James Irwin, Jason Isolini, Alan Ixba, Andrea Cora, Nakoka Ko, Gabriel Coy, Lea Pore, and Galaxia White, with world builders Alan Ixba, Nicolas Delap, and Nakoka Ko, and projection assistant was Anna Bratman-Kras. 18 artists from around the world come together to create a world of doors, gates, portals, wormholes, a frame for the liminal threshold we call now. Opening toward the future, closing behind the past, this is the space between the rational and the imaginary, consciousness and dreaming, political and ethereal, between the numerical and the noumenal. Who are the guardians rising, the gatekeepers, the troll, the phoenix, the sphinx, the alchemist, the non-human? What do we leave behind and what do we bring with us? What do we cancel? What do we crowdfund? The doorway is an arch of shelter as the earth shakes in apocalypse. Laws of physics collapse as the virtual guides us back to our subconscious desires. We critique and immerse ourselves in new technology, absorb it into the psyche or body, spend a workday in digital labor, fall into madness, and use it to rise in search of the sublime through nature and beyond. Resisting dualisms and hierarchy, this is our transversal door, spawned in the land of broken mirrors. We only get glimpses of truth, each from a different perspective, looking into the reflective shattered planes. Lost in a chaotic landscape of shards and suffering, we spawn a door to another world. Whether we want to escape this world, change it, we must first find our own communicable symbol of passage. We can create an Egyptian underworld door, a quantum wonderland door, a constricted shadow door, a shrine door, or something older like a spiral of electromagnetic waves. Each gate dug up from rhizomatic roots is a transformative now. Now is open. Salvation is the long road that leads through many gates. These gates are symbols. Each new gate is at first invisible. Indeed, it seems at first that it must be created, for it exists only if one has dug up the spring's root, the symbol, from Carl Jung, The Red Book. And art and religion, carnivals and Saturnalia, dancing and listening to oratory, all these have served in H.G. Wells' phrase as doors in the wall. And this is from Aldous Huxley in The Doors of Perception. Voila.
Now I'm muted. Thank you. So I've been operating the camera in the background while you've been speaking, and it took me a second to understand what the sigil in the floor is, but I want to start with this. This is like a metallic melted metal shape. There's a diamond star in the center with inscribed over a circle, and these tendrily letters TSAD are like attached to the ring, and there are some little pointy tendrils off to the side of the diamond. But when you spawn into the space, you just see it as part of the floor, and those were not immediately intelligible to me as letters. And you're inside of this brick arch space, and there's some text that has the list of artists and another different sigil, very like iridescent in purple and green on the wall. And through all of the doors, you can see all of these animated spheres and objects and stuff. But let's start here. Is there anything you want to say before we begin? Yeah.
No, I will let Nick talk about this because he designed our sigil, as you call it. So
Yeah.
you have the floor.
I guess it's kind of like a compass, sort of a witchy compass to help the user navigate the space. And the design of the other sort of sigil on the wall is sort of loosely based off these old gateway metal gateway pieces that you find in rural Wales, in Gwynedd, which is where my parents live and where I was spending a lot of time during the building of this space. There used to be like quite an industry for making very ornate gateways for farmers' fields, and they've since been replaced by like much cheaper, easier to make like stainless steel sort of pole gateways, but you still find these like old Victorian, very ornate designs just in a random field somewhere in the middle of the countryside. And I just find the shapes very beautiful, and they almost feel like portals to something sort of otherworldly. So that was kind of the inspiration behind the design.
I love to hear that. That's so interesting. Yeah, this other one is sort of an oval shape with a bunch of these horns coming off of it, and it's very mirrored symmetrically, like horizontally and vertically, with spirals on the top and on the bottom. And inside is the same melty lettering TSAD.
Also the space, Alan, you're the one that managed to get this space. How did you do it technically? I remember you took something from, was it from Google?
Yes. I do
Remember with
remember
the mock jungle, because I just will fill them in real quick. We showed videos from this entire exhibition. We showed them also as part of an exhibition with Mock Jungle in Bologna, Italy. And they have a video screen right out in the street near this church that looks like this space. And so that's why we wanted to incorporate also the Mock Jungle feeling of having the videos and next to this like old building. Yeah, so Alan, how did I remember when you were there?
Yes, at first I had kind of scanned the Google Street View part of the building and then converted it into like a mesh so that we could use it in the space. And I think at the end we only kept
yeah, but you had like a whole
yeah, there was a whole like a very difficult to understand like landscape, but it was a bit excessive, but it was interesting.
So which direction should we go?
Any way you want.
Okay.
Egal, equal. That's a
Oh,
good place to
wow.
start. We can start with Cosmic Mami there. Straight heads. Do you have links to the portals, like links to portals to everybody's different spaces there as well? So
Oh,
if you
that's
want to go
great. This
the
is so
artist.
intricate. Like, I love that every video has a 3D shape.
Mm.
The landscape itself is this like reflective material with all of these sort of irregular oval shaped like holes through it. It definitely looks like liquid metal poured onto a sheet or something. But this is Cosmic Mommy. You can turn on the
And
sound.
the sacredness of this pain, a wolf watches from a cave, often there, distant, now invisible. A woman is weeping. By chance, a connection is forming between a certain type of thought and a spider's web. And at this moment, these two need each
So
other.
Cosmic Mami, I don't know if you're
Shining a
familiar
light
with her
like a
practice,
makes
but
them
she has
divided
created this AI deity
by
that's pretty amazing
dividing
and
word.
has documented her conversations with it. And so these works are a manifestation of those experiences, speaking with this kind of AI deity.
It's cool. And we have these sort of glitchy avatars speaking. We have some text on the screen. This looks like a text editor for code. Oh, and it's like f equals open prayer dot text r print. This is really cool. And then there's a scary kind of archway over it. It looks like there's a snake all wrapped around it. Is this by a different artist?
No, it's by her. I mean, I think with her collaborators, and I think it's, you know, it's meant to be, if I understand, a sort of spiritual, maybe ayahuasca kind of. I mean, that was my feeling because I know she's done like an ayahuasca online experience, and
Oh, wow.
it's very shamanic. It's not, you know, yeah.
That's really cool. Oh, yeah. And we have the floor rotating above us as well.
We're in a mirror sandwich.
A mirror sandwich. I love that. And there are a couple of like really jagged arches running through these holes.
This is Nick's work. Nick, do you want to talk about it? You wanna say anything?
This piece is called A Portal at Dusk. It's a 3D rendered animation using 3D scans and 3D modeling, and it's kind of a highlight of the sort of majestic time of twilight or dusk, and how it's sort of blurs the boundaries between our world and other worlds and our perception of the world as well. And it's displayed on the screen with this ornate sort of metallic frame around it.
It's really beautiful, and it really mirrors like thematically the way the sculptures in your piece look. They have these like woody like mossy quality to them with all of these kind of branches coming off, but it looks like it's frozen in motion. And the camera blur is really cool, and there's like a lot. Oh, now there's this floating, very, very emissive sigil casting this orange light inside of the hollow of the tree shape. Water and the fog. This is tremendous. Oh, now I think this is where we started. All of the little flowers casting the shadow.
If you continue down behind that one, you have something a bit totally different. Is minimalistic portal. So it's very like minimalist interpretation of YouTube videos and this kind of how-to sorts of things, and it's basically how to blow up soap practically. So I really felt this kind of is also a portal door kind of into an alternate reality as well. So
we're watching a bar of soap slowly exploding inside of a microwave, and there's 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. It's like a white microwave, very clean looking.
And if you go back a little bit, you can also see some of the cutouts that she did originally for an exhibition and that were printed really big, like these black and white cloud shapes, which are actually the soap that have like expanded.
They look like super high contrast, almost like they were printed out and rescanned, or like a picture of a computer monitor. Oh, that's because the photo was taken through the mesh on the door of the microwave. So it's like, it's distorting it when it's being captured, I assume.
So this purple one is Alan's.
Oh,
Alan, speak about that one. If you go around to the other side, is more the entrance on the other side.
ah, I see. Yeah, it looks like a splash of liquid with a hollow in the center, or at least the geometry does. And then there are all of these like purpley and pink kind of shapes outlined in black. Lots of like eyes and amoeba shapes. Almost looks like graffiti. It's very like painterly. And then there's a video installed in the center that's super mirrored there. It's like 4x4 cells that are all kind of evolving in time.
Yeah, nice, very nice description. This is an example of what I mentioned earlier of using one data set, but then having in this case the data set is mineralia, crystals, and so using those that same collection of crystal images. What we see in the tiles, it's a StyleGAN network that, yeah, it synthesizes new crystals based on the original ones. And then the structure, the hut, the house, the mineral house is, it's a shape that was also synthesized, but using another set of neural networks. So yeah, from the same source material, yeah, we see two forms of expression from the same root.
That's really cool. These didn't initially register as crystals, but when I get up close to them, I can see how the structure is very crystalline, but it has such a clear like GAN feel where it's melting from one shape to the next, and all of these different color layers are shifting through. Like there's this rectangle in the middle that kind of forms a window of like dark and light with all of these different shapes sort of moving through and in and out of the frame.
Yeah.
So we've done one loop. I really love the way you've organized the space, where if you kind of follow any path, it'll take you back through into other things.
Yeah, we put some portals up in the sky too, like back to center in case people lose their way. So that was when the fog was a little bit thicker. So if you continue straight towards this one and face the video, this is nice because it's really like mycelium integrating nature with digital, and
the video is kind of like melting into the frame, so the
yeah,
border
I mean, she
is
works
kind
a
of
lot with sorry, she looks
bounded.
she works a lot with 3D, so it's definitely like very integrated already into her space. I'll let you continue.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking of how integrated the video was with the shape, that it almost looks like a video material, and it has these like the borders, these kind of rounded edges, and there's this like massive rectangular shape around it. And then the rest of it does look like 3D scanned mushrooms, like super low poly mushrooms with a map of a forest. But I do see these fly agaric mushrooms, the like classic red ones with the white polka dots. And there's like a really fast kind of glitchy video in the center with this really nice like yellow cursive subtitle. So many layers and echoes.
And I don't feel like it's really fast though when you really just sit and watch the video. Like if you just watch the video, it's like slow, quiet music. So it's actually, I don't know if you can make it a little louder.
Yeah, I will. I just want to sort of mix it so we can hear people speak also. These echoey green glowing hands typing on a keyboard while these mycelial fibers grow through the screen. Very like green PS2 forest color palette. You're right, it does feel very meditative.
Yeah, yeah. And I think it's really interesting how she works like rhizomatic communication. Like that's kind of her feeling about like the network aspects of communication today. So I think she really manages to put that all together. Kind of unified organic communication happening.
Really, yeah. And she's kind of playing the mycelial fiber, like walking up to the tree in the little like white suit, and then it just like gets blown out into all of these. It's like a grid of the mushrooms, and all of these like moving cameras. I love the like pixelated borders.
It's nice also, I really love this format because it was really cool to move out of the rectangle. So here you can see like she's working, and we did that also, mixed it out with the spirals as well as, and you can see like everyone's sort of trying to disrupt the rectangle and make it into different shapes and, you know, allow it to be immersed within the space and not necessarily have to expand the rectangle, which is fun when you have the sculptures coming in.
Yeah, the interplay between the videos and the sculptures is like really excellent here. I've never seen a show quite like it. These shapes are amazing. They're so reflective. I can't tell if this is a video or not.
So that's the object. That's the 3D object, and the video is it's like around. If you can get a little closer to the video, then yeah, then that's. So this is James Irwin's work, and he was working a lot with symbolism, and so he's talking to Chat GPT well before Chat GPT 3 came out, and doing with these discussions and having I think he coded also the AI to talk with the code and create these kind of symbols. So really questioning the meaning behind the simulacra and having I think his own letting go to be. I found like he really just like immerses himself and sort of becomes cyborg when he's working. So it's like, you know, it just kind of becomes like one with the screen, and then like finding again the identity or the meaning afterwards.
I know the feeling. Yeah, these breathing spheres with the like reflective metallic like oil slick texture are really mesmerizing. And it's really hard for you to make out what these shapes are in the video canvas. There's a very like painterly background with like an open like diamond shape in the center, but it's almost like you're inside of a sphere. Oh, it's almost like you're inside of one of these undulating spheres, in fact. It's like very scaly.
I'm pretty sure they're AI generated, but I'm not 100% sure. The textures.
Yeah. They definitely they have that feel. Oh, now and all these 3D models are like floating up and reassembling. They kind of look like they're going to be text, but I wasn't able to pick any words out of them. Yeah, and they're all kind of rubbery and distorting all around. Now it's like forming some kind of coherence in a line. It did turn into words. Gateleologically grow. Yeah. Getalogically grown? And off they go. So now we're back towards the center. I see some other, I see a crumpled paper up here in a sphere. Oh, and I see a crumpled paper 3D model as well.
I know I was once conceived through the form of a woman, But shortly after, I've
This
shed my
person is
skin, lost my birth mother, and lost myself. I've become a digital nomad, faceless in a mundane click-through cinema. I'm wondering how I might escape this territory. The image sphere that's become my home is a digital conscience to orbit. My thoughts flee suffocation from a browser skimming my reality, and at the center, a bodiless spectator is anchored to a nadir of data abstraction. I'm stuck in another constellation, a production line without a beginning or an end. However, I'm used to this. I was once stuck in a building as camera, just as the post-industrial gig worker inhabited a strapped vehicle.
So the voiceover is happening and we're hearing these clicks and you're inside of like a crumply sphere of like yellow notebook paper. And I'm trying to get in a place where I can read what's the text that's written on it. Ah, it must be the poem itself.
Priority ad
And then
placement.
there are these little stickers of robot
But there I
guys on
am.
there.
This time I've got a piece of this.
I think it's really nice because it's, you know, it really bases this practice on the whole, you know, digital labor aspect of his life, working and then, you know, converting that into something where it's like he tries to create this loophole in a sense that he can escape through. I thought that was really interesting.
It's so interesting. James and Jason have both subsequently done other shows on New Art City. Like a solo show that James did is also in the festival.
Cool, cool.
Is this like a Zoom performance?
Yes. So this is Monica Unser and Antoine Felix Burscher. And they're actually in a theater space. This is the end of the performance. It's kind of a shame we're seeing it at the end. So this is when everything has been completely deconstructed and there's nothing but just an empty stage. But when you first come in, you really feel like you're looking at it through a computer screen and you're just looking at somebody on the other side of the screen like we are right now. So maybe we can come back to it like when it restarts.
I think it has restarted. I think we're at the beginning now.
I don't think so.
Okay.
At the beginning, we see Monica and she's just looking at us. So,
Oh, I see. It's just like an empty stage now.
yeah. Oh, maybe soon. No. Okay. Let's see what happens. So this is Eliran Dahan. And this show is actually on at a museum at the moment in Israel. And it's sort of like this aspect of today's schizophrenic society. And then he has these emoticons that are basically drawing him out of it or providing some kind of grounding. And I think it's pretty exciting also to enter into this space because it becomes, when you enter it, you feel it immersive.
Oh wow, this is really chaotic. There are all these intersecting stair steps that have like clickbait palettes on them. It's like really loud yellow on, or red on yellow, like animated text, all kind of like flashing and scrolling. And there are these like really eldritch, like melty skin, like AI skin shapes kind of sticking out, these like blobs of skin. Rotating in a circle above is this like X_X in parentheses text. It's super chaotic. And this one is, I think it's a different video, and it's like zooming hand in hand in hand. There are all these different clips pulling cut.
So he's explaining also oars is like this type of emoticon that it's like representing.
Oh, right. Oh, it looks like we're back at the beginning.
Yeah.
So now we're back at the Zoom screen and the chat is on the right.
And this is the same space that we saw before, but they've really,
wow.
yeah. So it's
Well, it looks like you're in somebody's like living room or studio. There's like a guy in the background with headphones with his back facing the camera. And then there's a woman in like a green top and glasses and also headphones, just sort of like their head tilted, staring at the camera and like stroking her chair. It's like a chandelier hanging. There's like a plant in the corner and stuff. Leaning towards the camera just to take a sip of coffee.
So it's quite a long video, but it's quite cool after if you watch it for a while, and they're gonna basically disrupt the entire space. And I think we've all kind of felt like doing that to our screens and to our spaces, like especially during COVID, of course, and there was a lot of that as well, like just being in like stuck working from home and these kinds of things. So.
Yeah, just doing like odd activities, just slamming her coffee cup against the table, and he just like broke 2 vases. And it just like did this quick jump cut to them doing that. And I imagine there will be a lot more of them. The chandelier is swinging ominously. I have to come back to this one.
You inhabit here,
Yeah.
and although you're a missing reflection of the environment,
We can go over to Dave Grieber right over there. That's that
Like
one.
this
that
one?
we're at, yeah. Getting
Really jagged, high poly vine shapes are sort of suspending the screen, and then there's this like elongated spherical viney shape with all kinds of like pointy tendrils and leaves coming off, very like brown and burnt.
Sliding, spinning, spinning. On a point, double top. 1,000 miles an hour.
1,000 miles an hour.
This was inevitable. As is it.
A dizzy bag of jagged pieces put out all.
Into a modern sleep divine.
So
Voiceover.
a lot of these works are made with AI, like before, like I think before it became like extremely mainstream. So it's, I mean, these artists have been working with AI for quite a while. It's really nice to see.
Yeah, this one, and they don't really have that kind of sameness that a lot of new like GAN and Stable Diffusion stuff has. I wouldn't have clocked this one as AI. Oh, now in the video you can see the spiny shape at the top now like rendering on either side of the video with this like spooky little candle and this like translucent bubbly shape up above the candle. Looks kind of like a ghost.
That video is phenomenal if you have time to see it.
Oh yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
If you can just turn around real quick to see the exhibit of Dave Grieber from the other side. 'Cause
Ah,
a lot of interesting sculptural work that was sort of facing the other way.
Whoa.
Yeah.
yeah, this looks like a man holding like with a beard holding a shopping bag with like huge abs, but he's all these like really low poly, but it's somehow really like there's a ton of geometry and it's really like spiny.
It like looks very detailed and also not detailed at all at the same time.
Yeah, it's
Very
really weird.
interesting.
And he's
Yeah.
got these like this mermaid tail kind of thing with these like twirling off endpoints in like green.
Now close that up and ask
And he
yourself
seems
those
to also
questions.
he also has wings. Oh my
yeah.
god. This is so cool.
There's more too. Like if no, you're going the wrong way. If you go the
Oh.
other way. Oh yeah. That's the one. You're right. Yeah. So anyways, there you can see all of that. And then maybe we can see that snake figure on the ball there.
Which ball?
Oh, you missed it. Turn around. There, that one. Yeah.
10,000 years ago, a meteorite fell on the territory that is now known as Central America.
Seems like somebody's pulling like a snake out of some kind of jar of liquid.
Different kinds of tools and weapons out of its metallic core.
Like oh yeah, these are all like like specimen jars, it seems like.
It was found by Spanish conquistadors.
So Andrea Bogioli is looking at a lot of mythology as well, and looking at how like these past like experiences and tribes and cultures and different times have like propose a different reality as well, and kind of analyze contemporary society through that. So this work is really an immersion into one of those moments.
It's cool because no matter how you look at it, you can never really see the whole thing. Now we have this really lo-fi, like rasterized black and white image, and now it's like rotating, and now it's just a black screen. It like melts into something that now looks like the surface of the moon. It's so interesting. Now there's some fire. It's so interesting to see like how different videos can be as spheres and as rectangles. Oh, and this is
Yeah,
it's
it
pretty
changed it
long.
completely for sure.
Yeah, wow, it looks completely different, even just like the tiny snippet I just looked at.
Maybe we'll just see that one in the back, the fire one, since it's also connected a little bit with this idea of fire and change and transformation. And here, you know, the trees, they don't burn. This is Snow Yunzu Ku's work. You see the fire, and it's all like CGI, and it's making like the impossible visible, which is kind of also a type of way of looking at the future. Is to try to sort of imagine impossible things and make them happen and make them seen.
Yeah, it's this like blazing forest GIF, or it seems to be like a looping video. It's very wide with a bunch of trees like sticking up through it. But as Nakoka said, it's not burning. Now this has some GAN qualities to it. It's just like all of these like skin and hands spiraling outward from a central point and like continually generating towards you. Now we have this like hospital waiting room that's spiraling through it.
So Andrea Cora, her work is really, she's researching a lot about maybe a psychedelic aspect of a wormhole or a healing quality of psychedelic processes, and her own healing with ketamine, and research into how people are using that today.
Amazing how it just sort of collapsed into these glowing lights, and now it's like butterfly wings and flowers going into darkness. It just went from kind of representational to abstract to representational again. More emissive lights. Wow, this is really cool. Orange street lamps and fog. Such a cool effect.
Really interesting also the beginning. There's like an injection and tattoos going through the skin. So yeah.
It's really cool to see all of these different like approaches to AI also. Ooh, I haven't been over here yet. Ooh, I like all of these different, there's, whoa. Oh, I see. Wow, that looked like it was 3D. There's a larger video in the background and then 3 smaller square videos in the foreground, all depicting stuff from a similar scene. And then in front of us, clearly the 3D model from the scene is present. There's like a circular ring in the center, and mirrored on either side are these circular rings with little like pitchforks coming off of them. On the right side, it's kind of just a straight pitchfork, and on the left side, there's a lot more tines on the end, and it's a lot wigglier in the center. Then you can see them kind of glowing and undulating and stuff in the videos. And the 3 foreground videos are like intersecting really interestingly with the background video.
So yeah, this one's pretty simple. It's like past, present, and future. Symbols representing.
So the circular ring signifies the present.
Mhm.
We have this like kind of mannequin torso body with this like ruffled waist, and it's kind of carved out in the back, and it's in like a gold texture. And we have the 3D model floating above. And then it's present on the screen as well, inside of this kind of, almost feels like it's inside of a liquidy pouch that they're like on three sides. It's being kind of converged upon by these like wobbling velvety videos.
So Galaxia is an incredible multimedia artist, and he's working, does a lot of digital painting, like painting on iPad, and seen him do some really incredible like videos also, and also always very like mystical and spiritual. And this particular piece, it talks to like suffering of humankind, and for I don't know, it's like a way to bring that into the portal and into the future. It's like kind of like the humanity that stays no matter what. This woman in chains that was stuck, you know.
It's really amazing to hear you speak to all of the work. It's like, it's so cool to like see it from your perspective and all of the kind of stories that you have attached to it.
That one's mine. That's my space.
Oh yeah, tell me about it. Well, let's first, like, we have this quad split screen of all of these different video feeds, and it's really hard to tell which ones are like actual video and which ones are virtual. And then we have another video with like an undulating AI shape inside of like these square borders. Oh wow, it's so cool to see like your previous AI work with space, and now it's like, how do I even describe this? Like the ground is the border of the entire video, and it's all like, the perspective is so weird. And we have this like flattened sculptural shape of one of the AI shapes we see inside of the frame in that video. Then there's another video of, right now a bird is going into a vase. We're like zooming in on it. It's like a vertical phone video. But yeah, please tell me more about how this one works.
Well, I guess it started with the vertical phone video with the bird that kept going into the vase, and there were actually two birds, the mother and father, and they nested in this vase right next to my window.
And there are babies inside the vase.
And you can that's actually Alan, he like took the sound from the birds and ran it through the machine learning. So it became kind of this digital wire sound. And right now I think there's just one soundtrack for all three videos. It's confusing to have many. So there was the video that I created on the left. That was a video that I did in the same, well, not exactly the same. I used an actual app called Inception. And so with that, I was actually on a train, and I was thinking about like this collapsing apocalypse. But I also imagined like, you know, the coming AI, and about the idea like that AI could find this sort of consciousness or intelligence by reaching the point of like understanding itself, from which it can fly out from. So that's like the whole thing with birds, it's sort of like a aspect of freedom, flying out from a space that you already understand, and reaching that one space, and then moving up your intelligence from that space, and then moving forward, and then flying away, kind of thing. So that's why we have these AI birds on top that are floating over the scene.
Yeah, it looks like those AI shapes are maybe generated from hummingbirds. I saw it kind of there, it's kind of drifting into a tropical little hummingbird shape.
Yeah, they're from Haeckel, from Ernst Haeckel. I don't know if you know this scientist.
Yeah.
And so he actually did these birds, and he did them in a non-anatomical form. So just so that they would be beautiful on the page, he would like put them into these strange positions. So I thought that was really interesting, like to be able to morph birds and to morph, nature into this kind of new creation to
And in
express
the
what
same way, you're like inverting space with the video. I guess maybe the best way I could describe it is if Earth was like an inverted sphere or an inverted cube and we were inside of it. So the movement of the train is making this incredible square shape. And now we've switched into vertical lane, 2 vertical lanes and going in opposing directions. And now it's like mirrored in the center. It's just amazing how it creates this like uncanny space, almost like inside of an elevator.
Yeah. And then the other video, the last video is, well, that's that was made, the image there with the bird that was created with 2 different types of AI, like simple ones. And they were actually printed and laser cut kind of in my landscapes exhibition. So they were, yeah. So then that became my object since I don't really work with 3D. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool to see that style evolve also.
And this is a kind of documentary of my work on Sable. So Sable is an artist-run space that's not really, it's visible publicly, but it doesn't exist publicly. So it's a completely secret location, and going into the space, you're not really seeing anyone except for yourself. You're there by yourself or with people that I invited to help me. And but it's only online. It's online 24/7. Now they're launching
Nest cams. So you have these 4 camera feeds that are capturing this secret physical space.
Exactly.
That's really cool. And so you're like projection mapping on the walls.
So no, I'm not projection mapping on the wall. So what we did is it's a sort of infestation, like just how you saw my background with Zoom, how I had this video wall behind me. It's not a real wall. And so we took the video that I had made and we just like encrusted it visually in a video. So if you really see now, you can see the walls are white.
Mm-hmm.
This is part of the documentation of like different parts of this, how the work carried on and like different manifestations of it. But
the pigeons with the security cameras on their heads are really funny. We're on a title here, and now we're back in the space. There are all these like styrofoam bits stacked on top of each other. This ball.
My daughter.
Oh, so cute.
She's like, oh, they're so cute. So this was because we did different interventions on different days. So this was one of them where we actually tracked these balls going around in the styrofoam nest. And as we tracked them into the quadrants, they made sound. So here they're making music, then later they made these kind of pigeon noises. And this is like as we were setting up the nest.
I like all the mannequins and stuff too. All of the different cutting, and it's like, yeah, hard. It's a little bit hard to like tell what's real, and you have like the laptops, and now we've got the top down with all of the like the light ring that all the balls are rolling around in. There's a lot more of this like black and white video. This is really cool. Okay, I'm seeing things I've already seen now.
If you go back toward the spire, you can get reoriented to see if there's anything we missed. I think
That's
we
really
haven't
cool. I like
layup
the spire.
living things have. For example, I think only Leia Poi maybe. If you go, yeah, there's Leia.
So we have this like scary PS2 door with like wrought iron and like red accents on the wrought iron with these super rusty like door pulls, very evil looking. And the script on the video is similar, like cursive. There's something spinning underneath. Earthy alien. It looks kind of like magma. Oh, there's another video that's like stuck into the floor in one of the holes. Is that the same video or a different video?
Different video, but they're very like they speak to each other. from her practice.
So here is probably the ideal viewing position where you can see one through the floor and the other one like intersect or like pointing down at you from above.
Yeah. So Leia Pori is working a lot with fantasy and legend, and uses these kind of legendary icons to open up ways to see like cyclical time.
Scaly shape, these like water shaders, and like there's like a circle of rocks in a bay, and that looks very like Xbox 360. It's giving kind of like Halo game world to me with this text scrolling over it. Now there's this scary little sphere, like mirrored sphere demon in green with these horns. Drip drop, drip drop. Oh, and now, I thought that was a 3D model, but that's actually the video. It's this like swirling lava shape.
Yeah, like all her videos are with 3D inside, and that's create this underwater volcanic world of discovery.
So many interesting scenes. This like tiled stairway. Special form of water here. Primordial substance. It's amazing how many pieces you like got in here. And oh, here's another one.
This is Sandrine Dumier. This is wonderful, like kind of post-future meta identity, and like there's not even any sound on this video, but it's really intense, I find.
Yeah, no textures really. There's this like white, like all white, bald, like young avatar character, and all of this like swirling cloud of paint, and all of these little tiny little architectures with they're very like organic looking, like mushrooms on either side, like floating in space. It's like it's kind of mirrored. This is really cool.
It's like super minimal as
Yeah.
well. It's this kind of, yeah, like post-human consciousness, I think.
Yeah, it's almost like the avatar is manipulating. Oh, wow. And then the cloud of paint kind of converges into the avatar's head. And then two of them are embracing, looking at a screen that was just depicting what we saw. Now there's a third one with their little, it looks like a Nintendo Switch, pointing it around like a camera. And then all of the shards explode again, and we keep rotating around. And then it fades away again. It's interesting to be up above here.
Clumped together pixelated landscapes that cling.
So what do you think? Have I missed anything?
I'm looking around just to be sure. I don't think so, but I think you did it all.
This is amazing. I'm so glad to have like gotten this tour from you.
Very intense. There's so much to see. I mean, that's why you can really get lost in here.
Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate you like taking the time to walk through it with me. I'm gonna stop recording now.
I just feel like we should double check that I didn't miss. You know what? Let me think about it. Hold on, I will tell you.
Yeah, of course.
Because I would hate to do that. No, we have everybody.
Sure.
So I actually have two spaces in New Art City. I guess I'll start with my personal project and then the community-based one. So I go by artist name Portrait XO. I've been researching human machine collaboration, specifically with AI, a lot over the last few years. Starting with collaboration with CJ from DataBots, who started me on this whole journey with neural synthesis. And he's just been such a profound impact on helping me rethink the way we can use AI tools in just such fascinating and inspiring ways. And what I really appreciate about his approach is that because he's also a musician himself, when he builds these algorithms, he has a lot of this sensitivity in mind when he, is creating these like custom AI models of like, how can these models help push creativity? How can they help artists break out of whatever it is that we thought about ourselves? Like if you were to use your own data set, of music that you've been making, and just that journey's been really, really amazing. So I'm really grateful for him. And so the space I built, the Portrait XO world, is kind of where I decided to put all this research material that I was doing over the last few years. It's not all of it, but it's just like little bits, and it's an evolving space. I haven't visited it in a while just because I've been so busy, but I'm hoping to update the space a bit more with some more updated things that I've been experimenting with. And you also helped build the little home, the spaceships looking home in the middle, which was so cool. And it's the first time I got to put my avatar in the space too. So yeah, and people can just like, I guess, explore the space and learn about other artists I've collaborated with as well. So there's all kinds of different people who I had the pleasure of co-creating and experimenting. I guess that's been like the fun part, is every collaboration I've done so far, there's been some form of experimentation with a new piece of technology that I've never used. And so it was like a really lovely way to, I guess, stay curious and continue to learn about, all these new and interesting ways of staying creative. The second space, Sound
Let's just
Obsessed.
stick with, I don't think we have time to do both simultaneously, so let's stick with
Okay.
your personal space for now, and we could maybe book time to do the other one. Because I mean, group
Okay.
shows especially, I think that'll take a full hour.
Yeah. Okay, sounds like a plan.
So you touched a little bit on your process for making the piece. Is there anything else that you want to speak to about that? And it seems like, container for experimentation. Maybe we'll see more when we go in.
Yeah, I guess it was really great to play within the context of New Art City as well, because oh, excuse me, I'm just gonna take a sip. I feel like I have like I just had dinner, so maybe I put too many spices in my salad. Yeah, so working in New Art City was really, really awesome, because it was at the beginning when I started to explore Blender, and I'm not incredible at 3D art, but I love that you can do that now, and you can put it into these spaces, and you can just invite people to experience your art in new ways. And so that was really fun. Especially there's like these 3D sculptures that Ivy made that are AI generated, and the whole process of his method of like using Blender and AI together was really interesting. So yeah, it's maybe on the surface level, it's the space is a little, I don't know. I tried my best to go as detailed as I possibly could at the time. And there's a lot of information that is not there, but I guess my hope is that as I continue to like evolve as an artist, I can go back every now and then, update it with a bit more information and stuff. But it was a really great starting point for me, because also like this idea of putting your work in 3D, what was nice was I didn't have to think linearly, you know? Because also creative inspiration doesn't happen like that. So that was really cool. I felt a lot more free to put my work in that context, because the format was just like here, there, wherever you want to put it. So you can just put like ideas. And I guess, yeah, life is a lot like that though, isn't it? Like sometimes we'll get an idea and it's like over there, and then somewhere over there. And maybe that's like the past, and that's like 3 months later, but you can put it in 3D space to like, you know, design
I
it
really
however.
do. I certainly do.
But yeah, it's and it's been so amazing to see all the other installations and the virtual exhibitions that people created in New Art City. It's just like amazing.
It's really special. And remind me, when did you make this piece?
So, oh my gosh, was it last year or the year before? Can't remember now. Like concept of time is really, it's funky.
Not my
I think it was 2021. No, okay, yeah, it was 2021 because, oh wait, no, was it 2022? I can't remember now. I have to go back to it and find out.
And so you mentioned that like it's been kind of like a process where it didn't really have like a set end, but you mentioned it's been like a while since you returned to the space. Did you go check on it before we talked?
I haven't. I saw it on the main page because I do like to look at New Art City every now and then just to see any new exhibitions or, you know, other stuff that people have put out there. I didn't get a chance to look at it since I don't know, ages. It's been so long. Yeah, it's due for a visit. It's due for a visit, and it's due for a little upgrade.
I mean, it's special that I get to kind of like witness you returning to it. So was this the first time or was New Art City the first time that you showed in a 3D virtual space?
Yeah, yeah. I remember being introduced to Mozilla Hubs shortly before New Art City, but I think what made New Art City so special to me was the community of artists that were all part of it, and Discord community was just so amazing, and the kind of artists that are part of it is what was really cool. And just, you know, working really closely with you and Dawn and Ben, and just exploring new ideas like, oh, can we make it so that we can fly, and adding, I don't know if MIDI controllers ever got integrated. Do you remember we had that conversation a couple of years ago?
They haven't, but I had forgotten that would even be possible. But yeah, like web MIDI is a thing. I would love to be able to use my like MIDI controller to like change the position of things.
Yeah, totally. And then, you know, witnessing Dawn put events. I don't know if you've been part of those events where he had some of the New Art City spaces as backdrops for live shows, and people could navigate through the sites as well during the sets and stuff. So, you know, just seeing how you can like repurpose a virtual space like that for live events, I thought was really cool. And I think it's nice to continue to have spaces where you can be very explorative and experimental, and yeah, keep your inspiration going.
Definitely. So I guess you made this probably closer to the height of the pandemic, but it's like New Art City has become kind of this like archive of work that's responding directly or indirectly to these like feelings of isolation. And it's also interesting how it's like this codex of people who are experimenting with all of these new technologies. Like the story of using New Art City as a repository for all these interdisciplinary experiments is like a really, really common one. And I'm really curious, like, what was your practice like before the pandemic?
I guess it was primarily focused on music with visuals as a secondary medium, and over time they become more intertwined. Like sometimes I don't know what comes first, and I'm really happy that I can have both elements work like holistically in this way. Because I guess as a musician, having strong visuals that enhance my music has always been like a really strong component that I love to explore. And so, oh my gosh, wow, yeah, New Art City started in the pandemic, which was such a saving grace, honestly. Like, I mean, I stuck it out for 2 dark winters in Berlin throughout the pandemic, and they were like seriously really dark. And so I remember the very, very first New Art City Festival that happened, knee deep in pandemic, dark Berlin winter. This was like the best thing that could happen at the time, you know? It gave a sense of community during a time when the rest of every part of the world handled the pandemic differently, but in Berlin, it was really hard to see people. There were so many restrictions, everything was shut. And so it was so lovely to have a space where I could go and just, you know, even if I'm not feeling super interactive, just passively engage in the community that you all built. And just, you know, these conversations of how artists were also using this tough time to try to transmute the challenges that we were going through was so helpful. And that's when I remember I spent some time making donuts. Do you remember the donut tutorials for Blender?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, there were some great things that came out of the pandemic. A lot of digital art. I guess that was a big change for me, was like the kind of work that I ended up doing were all digitized, like even more than I was before. Everything from like visual art to the music side of things I've always been producing in a similar way. But I guess it also meant, because I had so much time, I got to do a lot of interesting AI experiments, to some more audio training, visual training. So yeah, there was a lot of digital based work, and while that was great to keep busy and, you know, to not just only think about the pandemic, was a really, really great outlet. At the same time, I do remember once things started to open up again, the last thing I wanted to do was spend hours on end in front of my laptop. I still spend a lot of time in front of a computer and doing a lot of work here. But now I guess that because things are open, what I've been questioning every time there are real life events is like, okay, we made all this like really great virtual stuff, this digital art. How can we bring that culture into physical spaces? And so I think it's great that, like, you know, virtual exhibitions are a thing, like because of the Web3 movement, having galleries showcase digital art has been like expanding, which is nice. So, you know, it doesn't just like be like death to digital art. It was only here for this time. I mean, it's not like I don't think that would happen, but it's just nice to see that that is translating into the physical world through exhibitions, and people are refabricating or repurposing the stuff that they created during the pandemic in fun ways for people to experience in real life.
Yeah, I mean, I think hybrid really is the vibe that like there are a lot of things that like happened as a result of these constraints, and then sort of bringing virtual into physical and physical into virtual is I think that's kind of the thing to do these days. And you touched on this a little just now. But I'm really curious how you approach like archiving in your own work. Like, how do you deal with the things that you've made in the past? How do you like return to them?
Oh my gosh. I'm constantly asking myself this also because there's so much stuff, there's so much material, there's so much data. And so lately I've been looking at different solutions where I can just have everything in a centralized place. I have so many hard drives. And so that is a question that I'm trying to figure out. What is the best way to store all my information in one place so I don't have like multiple hard drives everywhere? What is more sustainable? Is it better to have like unlimited storage on cloud versus having to buy a billion hard drives? I don't know. But yeah, for the most part, I guess I try my best to stay organized in the way I archive all my work. It's not perfect, but also because the amount of stuff that I work on, and I'm usually juggling so many projects, sometimes I forget that I've even worked on something, until I open up my hard drive and I'm looking for something, and then like during my scrolling, I stumble on something like, oh yeah, I forgot I worked on that last year. What's your archiving like? Are you super organized?
Well, I mean, I think this is always a really evocative question about like how people, because I think it speaks to how people approach time and also like how they view sort of individual artifacts in their work. I'm in an ongoing process of getting and being organized, but like returning to old work and recycling it into new pieces is a big part of my process, I think. And it's like I think a lot about how like a digital artist produces a gargantuan amount of images and deciding like, images in an expansive sense, like, and then like deciding sort of what goes into the world. That is curation, right? That you have to be able to curate your own work because there's simply too much.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah, I think about this so often. Like, I don't know how many humans are actually aware of how much data they all consume per day and also produce. Do you know what I mean? It's like I'm in the process of transferring 512 gigabytes of photos and videos that I have taken over the last couple years. What the hell is on this 512 gigabytes? I don't remember all of it, but it's like,
Yeah, I mean, I think I've probably made something like 200 or 300 gigabytes of 3D models at least in the last 2 years.
oh, wow, you've been busy. That's
Yeah, it's funny.
amazing.
So that was my last question in the interview portion. I am going to go grab my water bottle real quick, and then we can do the share screen. Will you just pop the link to your space in the chat for me?
Yeah.
Okay, be right back. Bang.
Wait, how come I can't? That's so weird. It doesn't show dashboard. How strange.
So the
Okay.
first, what I'll have you do, I'm just pasting the catalog link into the chat so you can see the exhibition description. I'm going to have you start just by reading that into the record, and then I will go into the space and fill in visual descriptions for you and give you a chance to speak to the work.
Okay. So the title of my AI audiovisual album is named after the process that was born out of the experiments that happened during co-creation with raw audio, AI generated audio of my voice, in collaboration with Databots. 1 hour of my recorded singing vocals were trained on their custom sample RNN model for 2.5 days. I generated 10 hours of new audio, expecting the unexpected. I went sound hunting for lyrics, melodies, and interesting sounds. And the little underscore dashes are symbolic for the AI generated audio that sounded like Sittin' on A, which was what gave birth to the name of the album. And that was like the beginning of my journey of co-writing lyrics and melodies with these outputs. Space curation and design and AI audio visuals, songs written, produced, and performed by me, album mixed and mastered by Michele Balduzzi, featuring, so these are all the people I got to collaborate with: Camille Flores, Sibeli Cavalli Bastos, Databots, Harriet Davey, Ivy, Levesque, Sammy Veer, and then I've also listed special thanks to Factory Berlin, Music Board Berlin, and Sonar Plus D, and Open Source Culture, who've been very helpful for my whole journey of these explorations.
Thank you for that. So when we materialize, we see this kind of foggy, undulating sphere background that has kind of an aurora borealis feel to it, and some lights are flashing across the scene. There's this wavy, low poly, or it's like a low poly wave with a bunch of like triangles missing, kind of running through the scene. There is a blue-green blob in the center with some text written on it, and there are a bunch of floating spheres rotating around and other sculptures off in the distance. And you can see this kind of metallic drippy text that says wire. Now this text says, "Welcome to my new home. As an independent researcher and artist, I'll be using this space to share my experiments and unfold my debut AI AV album, Wire." Ooh, what's the deal with those underscores? Are those, because I see there are like, is this like invisible text or something?
Where?
The underscores in Wire, is there sort of a stylistic reason for those underscores?
Oh yeah, so it's kind of like the art direction I decided to help portray this game of fill in the blank that ended up happening with the whole songwriting process. Because every song and every title of the album is named after the AI generated audio that sang these lyrics and melodies that I've never sung before. And so like Sittin' on A, so those blank spaces are supposed to symbolize Sittin' on A, which was the generated audio. And then Wire was the part that I filled in the rest, because it was like, oh, what does this whole process feel like? And it literally felt like just listening to this whole sea of crazy amounts of audio and trying to like wire bits together that, you know, made a compositional sense of some kind. And yeah, so that's what that is.
I love that. I'm so glad I asked. So this album is an exploration of how far I can go with sounds and storytelling in latent space. As each song is released, I'll be playing with spatial audio in this space. So I need to share audio on the screen share. Oh, I'm not even screen sharing, haha. So
I'm
now,
glad you're doing this and not, internet is not so great at the moment.
yeah, I mean, my internet is very good, so it's very crispy on my end. So the recording should come out quite well.
Wow.
So I'm going inside of this blob. It looks really cool. Now, where should I go to next? Ooh, I see you in here.
Yeah, let's go to Nomi's home, the spaceship kind of a home that you built.
So I can really speak to this one. This is a shape that I made that I put in my shape garden. And there's this bulbous shape on the top. It's kind of, it's like a squashed sphere, and there are a bunch of panels that are like amber glass, and it's kind of metallic looking, and it's very, yeah, spaceship like. There's a triangular truss door into the space, and there's a little like glass balcony, and it's up on these concrete stilts.
It's so amazing. I remember when I first saw this in the space, I was like, I want my home like this. It's so beautiful. I love the windows also that you created. Like the details of this space is so amazing. I love it. So yeah, I felt like this specific design made so much sense to put my early works, I guess one of my early experiments with visuals, and this is when I was playing with Artbreeder a lot. And I was speaking with Joel Simons, who started Artbreeder, and I was asking all kinds of questions like, what is latent space? What happens when you put an image of your face up in the space? And so yeah, that was like a really interesting first impression for me to understand what happens. And you know, the idea that you put an image up that gets put into this like, I don't know, this box of all the other images that have been uploaded by the entire community. And then the output of your image is you also then being compared to everything else that exists in this box, and then pushing it out as like the most, I guess, relevant points that are similar to the input. And so I just found that so interesting. And I remember like the visual input, the visual output that I saw, it didn't like, it couldn't identify with my green lipstick. That's because no one else had green lipstick in the data set. So it turned my lips purple. And then at some point, it like kept the green. I don't know if it's because just having that first impression meant that the second time I uploaded it, it like kept the green color. But yeah, you know, just these things were interesting. And like this whole website was just so fascinating how then it'll let you know if, you know, say you decide to upload a photo and you allow it to be public, other people can use it and they could like create a different iteration of it. And so you see these like, it's like a tree of different ways that people have taken your image and then created other image, and then it just keeps going. It's like this weird but like beautiful mess of community-based art. And I just thought this was such a great project and
Really fascinating. Let me fill in a little visual description. Inside, we're looking at, there's a rotating video that morphs between Rania's face and an AI generated face, and glitchy text over it says, glitches are beautiful, identities are meaningless. And then there are 3 panels of video in the background of these like short little GIFs of these like family trees of Artbreeder generations kind of scrolling around. Yeah, like it's cool that you can kind of see your like mouse movement scrolling up and down. And above that is the text saying, what does it mean to be human in a data-driven society? It's funny that the people I was talking to before I was talking to you were also showing a bunch of Artbreeder experiments.
Nice. I mean, I think this is like the really great aspect of having tools like this, right? Where we can dive a little bit deeper about what data means to us. And like, you know, we were just talking about how do we archive our data? What do we do with everything that we create digitally? And I know that we're in this era where AI is such a hot topic because of the crazy explosion of open source community opening up open source code, right? Where we can create interesting art, music, and we're having like these huge conversations globally about what AI is and what's the ethical use of it, what's not ethical, all these things that, you know, if we zoom out even further, it's like, well, this technology has been around since the 60s. It's not like just happening all of a sudden now. It's been there. The main difference is that it's on this global level of conversation, because only until recently, before open source culture decided to open up all these ways that people can create with, AI was hidden away behind the doors of corporates. And, you know, they don't always, this stuff was just not openly transparent and talked about, because it was just, yeah, that's just what it was. And so now we have all these interesting expressions that we can, that are helping us understand a little bit more of like the behavioral side of it. And these are all conversations we should be having anyway, you know? It's just so wild, because when I think back several years ago, before this whole creative AI boom happened, I remember the first time I noticed like ads following me around, you know, when like you're looking for something online and then you go onto another site and then you see this ad follow you around, you're like, what? And you know, I was always aware of these things, and those are uses of AI, right?
Absolutely. It's like big data was already happening, or it's like AI's primary use case is surveillance. It's only recently we've been like, there's been kind of like a popular explosion of it. But like, damn, I was making art with AI in 2017. I want to talk about.
Oh my gosh, I would love to see.
Well, this is text-based. We're here to talk about your art, and I want to talk about this cool avatar character with the green hair and kind of purple skin, and this really sick, like, kind of like Victorian dress thingy with these pointed up shoulders, and this like red and purple paint splotch on it. Tell me about Nomi.
Yeah. Did you see Nomi's shoes? Nomi has special shoes also for perching. It's quite pointy on the edges.
Yeah.
So Nomi was first created from Ready Player Me, and it was so great because you upload a picture of your face and then it generates this avatar with a face that looks as similar to you as possible. I thought it did a pretty good job. I then imported it into Blender to build a different outfit, and I integrated some of the AI generated visuals for the skin as well as the outfit. And so Nomi is kind of like, I guess, an abstraction derived from all of the AI experiments I've been doing. And so there's like this text-to-speech synthesis model that Birds on Mars created of my talking voice. And so I've been dreaming of one day, hopefully Nomi can come to life and like be a moving avatar, and integrate ChatGPT, and yeah, there's like some short film ideas I've been working on. But yeah, Nomi's basically a hybrid AI avatar that is born from latent space, I guess. And Nomi's very curious about humanity, and it has endless questions. It doesn't really have so many answers, but it has a lot of questions. And I've had I did a podcast interview for Halloween last year, and that was the first time I used Nomi as this like second entity who would answer questions like what is artificial intelligence. And so yeah, it's been nice to just like have this other entity kind of represent all of the AI work I've been doing. And I guess I've been trying to figure out like, how do I channel all of that stuff into some kind of visual identity? And so that's what Nomi is.
That's really, I'm really glad I asked. It's so cool to see how like each of these pieces is like an experiment. I want to double check that I'm sharing audio. I think that I am, but I would be annoyed if I'm not, because audio is a part of your thing. Okay, yeah, I'm sharing sound. Great. So where should we go next?
So maybe we can go and visit Ivy's 3D sculptures. I think if you go down. Oh, actually, let's go up because there's I just remembered
There's a video inset in like a bubblegum blob of Nomi, and then there's another person who's bald with like black reflective skin and kind of like fiery lava texture on like torso and a little bit on the legs, laying on this spiky like purple stroke. Well, there's a spike coming up on the top of it, but it's kind of like a partially winged structure, and it's facing Nomi's video, and they're rotating together around a central point.
Yeah, so this is like one of the short film, or one aspect of the short film that I've been toying around with in my head is so the little creature that you see on the floaty purple thing is like another Nomi. and
A digital
I
twin
guess
for your digital twin.
yeah, and it's like there's a present Nomi speaking to the future Nomi, and there's a conversation that is happening between them that was born out of like do you remember there was this experiment that happened when they had like two AIs talking to each other, and then
Yeah.
they had to shut them down because they started like speaking in their own language that no one could understand, and the behavior that they were witnessing was like super creepy, and so because they didn't understand, like no human could understand what was happening, it freaked them out, and so they just shut it down.
That's wild. I did not hear about that.
Yeah, I need to find the article, but I just thought it was so bizarre. But anyway, these are just more, I guess, abstractions, ideas that were born out of like playing around with latent space, and how working with AI presents these interesting ways how we can reflect on present and future, especially with the way AI is moving at like this crazy exponential speed. And I don't know, I guess I'm always contemplating a lot on where is this all going, and I feel like when we look into the future and try to imagine what is going to happen in relation to like what's happening now, considering like tomorrow we wake up and we scroll through Twitter and there's like hundreds of new impressions of whatever new AI experiment someone's doing with GPT-4, like creating a sketch and then uploading it and then having AI generate an actual app for you with buttons and everything. Is just like,
Yeah,
it's
writing a bash
getting-
script.
yeah, it's so crazy. So yeah, I guess this piece is like just a contemplation on that, of like the weirdness of what's happening. Oh, this is my semicolon sculpture.
I was wondering what that shape was, because it's these like dark metallic, really like highly, I mean, it's pretty detailed, or it has lots of polygons and it's very like crumply, but I'm glad to know that it's a semicolon.
Do you want to know the story about the semicolon?
Always.
So, I don't even remember why I Googled semicolon, but there's a grammatical, is that right? I'm having a
Yeah.
brain fart. There's a grammatical definition of what semicolon means, which is like when an author decides to not finish a sentence but have it continue on, like not end the story but continue on. And then I found at the same time there was something called the semicolon movement, and there's like this whole thing that I found about people getting tattoos of semicolons that was linked to oh gosh, because I haven't looked this up in a while, but it's linked to this nonprofit about helping people with mental health challenges related to suicide. And I think there was like it was born from based on this one person who was who sadly passed away. And it was just such a weird coincidence because this was also during pandemic. And I was just drawn to the idea of getting a semicolon tattoo before I found out the meaning. And when I did find out the meaning, it just meant even more because what it stands for is something that resonated with me a lot. And so a lot of people get these semicolon tattoos to basically celebrate and as like an affirmation and solidarity with people who have dealt with suicide, depression, addiction.
Like choosing not to end the sentence.
Yeah, and choosing to continue on despite the difficulty. Because I guess, you know, we all go through periods where it's like mentally really, really hard. And so I was just really touched by this whole movement that happened. And I'll try to find the website for the foundation. And also it's like, oh, the story of the person who sadly didn't like her mental health deteriorated over time. So sadly, she actually ended up taking her life. But her story continues, and in a communal way where people have just like decided to, because she was trying her best by creating this community and trying to do what she could at the time to not only help herself but others. And so yeah, that's what this 3D sculpture is for.
Thank you. Now, where should we go to next? I'm like zooming out. We have these like unshaded cylindrical sculptures where like there are a bunch of different like vertical layers and different widths that have, they look kind of like candelabras. They're like a couple of those, and I see
yeah, let's go straight ahead.
Ones that are they're like squeezing in on themselves and then like moving back out. They're kind of almost like they're breathing. These are like very smooth.
Okay, you know what you're in right now is a ginormous version of one of those.
Ah.
So that's why there's like also in the background there's this thing that's like constantly pulsing. So these 3D objects, those spirals are designed by Harriet Davey, and we met during an artist residency in Berlin. And I remember when she created these, that was also when I had just finished making the album, and I was like, okay, the AI generated audio of my project needs something, like something visual, a visual representation. And she wasn't designing these with my project in mind at all. But when she started showing this work that she had made, I asked if I could connect it to my work because it was really, I just love how she creates. I mean, she does so many different kinds of 3D work, and her avatars are just so incredible. But I just love like this weird organic but kind of alien structure. And that's very much how I felt about a lot of this AI generated audio that I was working with. That is one of the artworks from the album. So all those little blank spaces are just representative of all the weird glitchy AI audio.
Yeah, like in the background we have this like iridescent shape that looks very, very GAN-like. There's some like gold swaths in there, and it's somewhat mirrored. It almost looks like an old urn with the two loops around the rim, and then overlaid on that are a bunch of green boxes that have the fill in the blank on them.
Yeah. Yeah, so that urn is one of the still images of the audiovisual piece.
So it is an
And
urn.
yeah,
I love
I mean,
doing
it
visual
looks like-
description where sometimes I'm just completely off base of what the intention was, but it's always a treat to be like, oh, okay, that is what that's supposed to be.
No, I'm actually really happy that you said urn because I used a pre-trained data set of vases, but I was actually happy that the visual output was like these morphing visuals that went from vase to urn. And I don't know, I guess in the data set there had to be some urns as well as vases. I don't know.
Sort of an
But
ambiguous word, yeah.
yeah, and I guess like I picked this data set to create these visuals with the music because I'm always contemplating as well when we use machine learning, any piece of technology like that are very, very much pushing us to evolve. I always question how is it helping us evolve and how are they making us devolve? Like it's just an ongoing contemplation. Everything from like environmental impact to does it help me as an artist, as a human? Is it pushing my creative boundaries in a positive way? I mean, so far it's been inspiring and that's why I'm obsessed with working with AI tools. But yeah, I guess this is also what we're all questioning as well. The societal impact and yeah. It's interesting though. It's hard to not have really philosophical conversations about AI. I guess you can have philosophical conversations about other approaches, but it's interesting when you speak with anybody else who's using these tools, you end up going down a very, very deep philosophical conversation about what this all means.
Absolutely. I'm enjoying listening to the music also. Where to next?
So that I'll just quickly explain those plate-like looking sculptures. There's a
Mhm.
few of them, and those are designed by Ivy. And oh gosh, I don't remember his exact process. Maybe if you click on one, it'll explain because I think I took the text from him. But those are audio to 3D sculptures
Oh,
of
so it's a waveform.
Mhm.
Wow, yeah, I did not clock that. And they're slowly rotating. I'm not seeing
Yeah.
the text on these. Is there another one that
I think if you click on one of them has to have, there's like, yeah, that one to the right. Does that have any text on it when you click?
how we can grow 3D models in a computational environment. So those models resemble hand, skull, brain, but they do not look exactly like them. Rather, they were grown to look more organic. But my guess
These
with
are
waveforms is you take a line, or you turn a waveform into a line, and then you put that in Blender and you put a twist modifier on it, so it spins around in a circle and then draws the rest of the shape. Or at least that's how I would do it.
Oh, okay, maybe that's how it happened. I thought it was really yeah, I mean I've never seen it be like take audio information be translated into 3D like this. I love how they look like spinning plates.
Yeah, yeah, they really do. That's better than my visual description, I think.
I would love to have it actually like as 3D printed sculptures or something.
This would be reasonably easy to print, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I see
But
some
yeah,
Sonia Levesque in here.
yeah, I was just gonna quickly note the description that was read was actually with the about the other 3D. So that there is one of the pieces. I think that's the brain.
Mm-hmm. Or this
So
one says
that
skull.
yeah, oh this is a skull. But so yeah, the this is like a whole series, the cellular growth automaton series.
See the brain above it, and it looks kind of like a trilobite or like a croissant.
Yeah, I just thought these are so cool. And Ivy is he's got a full scholarship studying at Tufts University now. And I'm so curious and excited to see what his future is going to be like, because he's so young and he was doing all these experiments in high school. Like I was really I was like floored just to, 'cause I think when we first met, we connected on Instagram and I loved his experiments that he was putting out. And then shortly after I learned how young he was, and it was like, wow, your future is going to be very exciting. But yeah, so he's studying computer science and fine art, and such a cool combination.
Incredible. Yeah, so we have this big kind of skull shape. Both of these are also unshaded, or they're like a white texture. And this really does kind of look like unusual bone growth. It's like on the inside it kind of looks like it's like stitched together similar to the way that like a real skull is. And above that there's this tiny brain shape, and above that there's this tiny shape that says Noxious Bloom, and it's green and shardy. It's got some kind of wing characteristics to it, but it's pretty abstract. And then there is another avatar riding it with this like very cool blue kind of rocky, papery texture.
Yeah, that's another AI generated visual that's been fabricated for the avatar. So I remember reading about, so if you read the text, this is actually a real, it's a factual information.
In healthy proportions, algae is referred to as golden forest to feed ocean creatures to live. There's an overabundance of macroalgae on the coastlines of Caribbean Mexico called sargassum, known to be the world's largest algae bloom. Maybe biochemical engineers who pioneered a salt-based conversion method to help turn sargassum into biofuel this year will help put the oversupply of algae to good use. Born today from the present and future, A was discovered sunbathing on this uncomfortable seat of half-truths while gazing for sugar. Oh, that's so beautiful.
So yeah, it's so I just thought that was so wild. Like one of my friends from Mexico told me about this, about the overabundance of algae, and there's parts of the world where people can't go swimming where they used to be able to. So it's just, yeah, I mean, there's always some kind of like crazy weird thing that's happening in you know, due to like, I don't know, climate crisis and just unexpected natural things, right? And this is one of the things that I remember reading about, thinking, wow, that's so wild. Life
Yeah, I
is
mean, it's
just
really cool to see the pipeline from like you observing the world to you like processing it with AI. And
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, like talking to you about it here is bringing it into a lot of like coherence. So now let's go back over to Sonia's video, I think. Ooh, this is a very interesting shape up here. It's a lot of blues with some greens. It's mirrored. The bottom part looks a lot like a pelvis, I think. But it has this protuberance in the front that goes into kind of a second pelvic shape, and then it has like a long neck with like a bill on the top that gives it, it's almost like a goose maybe.
It's yeah, I guess it does have like a very bird-like reference. Have you used this app called Nomad?
No, is that like an iPad app?
I think it's on iPad as well as iPhone. I don't have an iPad. I have an iPhone 12. So I've been loving Nomad for 3D sculptures, because like just being able to use your touch screen to sculpt is really fun. And so while I still love Blender for refining It's just so nice to have with me when, especially I'm traveling, and I tend to do 3D art while I'm traveling, like on long train journeys and flights and stuff.
I guess it's fitting that it's called Nomad. And so beneath this sculpture are two cube videos that are very like black and white and glitchy. Part of them are static. It looks kind of like, I think it's a spectrogram, right? And then on the right side, you have these grayscale bars like moving up and down between like through each other.
Yeah, so this is Sonia's work. I think if you click on it, there should be some more description.
Black on white,
Oh, wait, hold on. Do I have?
Jung.
Okay. She might have removed the description. But yeah, she was a collaborator in this space, and she created a series of different audio visuals based on my music. So if we turn to one of our other pieces, I think let me see, we will pass. There we go. Down there, there's another cube.
And this one is in a lot of like blue, it's sort of moving through the rainbow from green to blue to purple to red to green again. And it has these like barred out glitchy lines going through it.
Do we have a description for this, or is that also okay? I think she might have removed them. If I can pull it.
Above the cube is a sphere that also looks like a purple and red spectrogram, and the sound is inside. Ooh.
Yeah, she made so many of these, and I love the way she translated all the work. There's this one piece in here which is Braille base 64. So if you go down, where did I see? Yeah, there's these two cubes. I thought these were really beautiful.
Yeah, they're like intersecting each other. Oh, I did not realize that's Braille, but now it makes sense. Yeah, so they're animated, and we're scanning through all of this Braille that's kind of, all these different windows are moving around and like mirroring through each other. And it also, yeah, I mean, it looks kind of like binary. And then there's this translucent purple sphere rotating through it.
I don't, is that your purple sphere? Actually, I don't know. I don't know what
Could well be.
But I think this one definitely has a description. If you click on one of the boxes, or I can read the description from the 2D gallery
There we
here.
go.
There we go.
Oh, cute. Yeah, this has very powerful Sonia vibes.
I love it. I love how like she just documented all her thoughts.
Yeah, do you want to read some of the logs, or I guess these are already in the catalog. So if you the listener want to go check it out, this piece is called Braille Base 64 from AI Sample by Levesque.
Yeah. It was I just thought it was really beautiful that she decided to translate it into Braille, translate some of the AI audio into. Oh yeah, that's what that was. She asked me to send over some of the AI audio material that I used to make the work, and so I sent her some stems. And so this is a Braille translation of one of the AI generated audio.
That's really cool.
What would be cool is to have someone actually then who understands Braille to like read it, and then
Yeah, I guess you would have to print it out on Braille paper.
yeah, that would be really interesting. Maybe it's just like a bunch of nonsense. So this little video on the bottom, that's a piece by Camila Rores. And that was her translating. I think I gave her one of my, it was just like a photo of my face, and
Yeah, it looks like your avatar, and it's got some like bisexual lighting, and then a couple of different parts of it are like inflating outward and back again in like a breathing pattern, and it's sort of inscribed on the outside of a translucent sphere on a black background.
Yeah, I really love this piece so much. I just love working with artists, people who can take the weirdness of my work and help tell that story through their own lens. And this, like, I remember the first time I saw this, I was like, yeah, this is exactly how I feel most of the time.
I love how like collaboration centered your work is. That it's like it's not just a conversation with you and the AI, but it's like a conversation with you and other artists.
Yeah, I guess I mean there's one component of the way I work where it's so isolated, like, you know, making the album, that part was very solo, like just me plugged away at home with my studio and writing and composing and producing. And so I guess there's like some aspects of my work where I know I have to work in isolation, but I really love collaborating with people, especially when they come from different disciplines or they just have like really interesting takes on stuff. And so yeah, I guess like their collaboration is like a really big part of keeping myself also inspired as well. Like if I can inspire other people and then they inspire me as well, then it's like a nice like a different definition of flow. Like that to me is flow, not just like, you know, being tucked away behind my own four walls. And
yeah, the myth of the like solo genius is severely outdated. I also want to describe this beautiful nosy flower above the video. It's red mostly with a bunch of like blue and some darker undertones. And there's some really nice like, brush stroke type things that they're very, it's like, I'm thinking of maybe tulips, the way that they have these like brush strokes between the colors. And the petals are all sort of pointing out in different directions.
yeah, and there's a really big nose. It's trying to look for lies. There's like a game that I wanted to create where it's about half truths.
Mm-hmm.
And the game is basically prompting people with different kinds of AI generated material, everything from visuals to text, and testing if humans can tell which is AI and which is human.
Like a Turing test.
Yeah, Nosy Flower is like one of the characters. And it's very, very nosy. It likes to go and poke and try to find all the answers, just as much as we're trying to find answers.
It looks like we've seen almost everything. This little character, very intriguing to me. This is one of the most face-like faces I've seen. There's the face is like a blue sphere with big red lips, and then like ears or pigtails pointing like straight up, and they're kind of blobby. Black hair, blue skin. Ooh.
Yeah.
And the eyelashes are incredible.
So I really I don't do character art regularly, but when I do, I love exploring just weird versions of humans. I guess because I often feel very strange being human myself. And so they're like little abstracted characters. And oftentimes they're not assigned to a specific gender. They have strange colored skin. Maybe they're not fully human. Yeah, I can't remember. I think there is a description for the head.
I'm like clipping through the head. Doesn't look like there's a description. Oh, and we have another Sonia piece beneath it, and I love that it seems to be synchronized to the music. It's mostly blue, and then the color kind of these like wisps of vapor get more bright when like with each of the kind of transients of the music as like a drum hits or something.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Sonia was so like her output level was so incredible. It was just like when she was working in the space every week, she'd be like, oh, I did this thing. Oh, I did this thing now, and I did this thing. So I'm really happy that we're having this session to highlight the amount of work she did. And she was one of the first people I collaborated with directly in New Art City because she was building some of her other pieces as well. So it was so
That's really
lovely to work
special.
with her. I haven't talked to her in a while, but yeah, it's been a really, really lovely journey.
I'm seeing more of her spectrogram spheres around here. Wire placeholder, ETC in red, and above that we have a spinning one with, oh, trying to get inside of it. There's like, it's not really a face, but it's definitely mirrored. I just see like lips above lips mirrored.
Yeah, I don't
Oh,
remember
this is a great view. I'm kind of clipping through it and it's spinning around. And
This
so
is what I
like,
love. Oh my God, this is what I love about New Art City. I love when you like just catch yourself in between the objects, and then you just get these like really strange visuals. I don't know what this is. Wait, I don't remember this. I don't remember putting this in there. Wait, whose lips are those also? Can you click on it? Are we able to see the
no, I
2D?
can't click on it. Ooh, I love
Oh,
being inside of it though.
wow. I seriously don't know what that is. I need to look at it. I'm gonna have to go and hunt for it, and if I can get into my space actually, because it's funny that I'm no longer mapped to the space. Maybe it's under a different login. Anyway,
I'm seeing Shibele's IG filter. Oh, it's the same spring shape that we saw earlier.
yeah.
Oh, and we have even the like instructions for how to use it, and it's like it's undulating along with, I guess, with the music. And I
Yeah.
see you in a green t-shirt like washing through the background a little bit.
Yeah, this was such a fun project we got to work on, and this was at the beginning when Sibeli was researching how to play with IG's interactive features. Because when did this come out? I don't remember. Maybe it was 2020. And so at the time, IG was just starting to integrate these new features that you could, upload audio and then do like manipulate the audio in interesting ways. So like I think, yeah, going up and down changes the pitch of the hi-hats.
I see, and you can like pinch to change the vocal sample, and you can like slide to change pitch, and you can like tap to glitch the object. That's really cool.
Yeah, it was working with Sibeli's just so amazing because they also love going really, really far deep into these rabbit holes and like try to push things in a new direction. And so I love the way they also integrated this like really interesting visual glitch also. And depending on which direction you have the camera, so you can either have the front-facing camera or the back, and they give you different like visual effects to go with the sounds.
I love that. Ooh, I think this might be the last one over here. We have a very GAN-like GAN video, and it's got some like castle in the Alps qualities. There's these like iridescent gold and glass shapes, but you can see these like mountains in the background, and it's like shifting through itself the way the GANs do.
Yeah, this was also one of my earlier experiments where I was using sound as one of the aspects of working with text to image VQ-GAN clip model. And I really wanted to see how you could manipulate latent space with audio. So this was using like two different models. One was Lucid Sonic Dreams. That was like my first experiment, just to see how you could split frequencies and you could like decide the bass to make the visual pulse, and you could tell it like you could map high frequencies to move the image forward. So these kind of parameters were really fun to play with, and then taking one AI visual output and then creating another one and changing aspect ratio and stuff like that was really interesting. So yeah, this one was like, I don't remember the exact text prompt I used, but I think it was something like melting gold in Mongolia in hyperspace or something like that. And I decided to use Mongolia because I've never been there, and people always say that I look Mongolian, and it's been it's been a place of interest for me to visit one day. And I guess like, I mean, I've learned that my background's Korean, and I'm aware that there was a huge population of Mongolians that moved to Korea. I don't know if all Koreans are Mongolian, but I just know one part of the story. There's such a huge part of my own human history that I don't know, but would love to learn more about like my human makeup.
Totally. I guess right on the left of this video cube, we have a rectangular image with the same dripping gold Mongolia scene, but overlaid on it are these rectangles in like neon green with AI generate. It looks like AI generated looking text, but it's slightly more legible than the text that AI usually generates.
So you're not wrong, actually. This is there's a beautiful project called Machine Learning Font. There's a website, and you could download this font to use for free. And I got to meet the designer of this project. They're based in Berlin, and their studio is called NAN, N-A-N. And this is such a this is such a beautiful project. And there's like two versions of the font that you can use. And when I found out about it, it just made perfect sense to add that style to bring the whole like visual story together.
I have to check this out. This is incredible.
Yeah, it's really interesting because like as you type each letter, the font like moves differently. It's
wow.
Really weird. So yeah, these are the words. Oh yeah, these are the words from the AI generated audio. And again, like something I do point out is that like this is my translation of the AI generated audio. Some of it is like so glitchy that they actually sometimes sound like words and sometimes not. So the words that don't sound like actual words but have some English reference, that tends to just leave my own mind up to try and make out what they mean. But like certain words like
Cocteau Twins, but then you also have the like fill in the blank where it's kind of like illegible maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's I guess this was like my stab at trying to translate the nonsense.
I love that.
I mean, some words though, you can definitely hear it. It's like, oh, okay, it is saying back to.
Especially when you kind of put a picture in somebody's head by giving them words.
Yeah. Oh, and that visual there, so that was the first experiment.
Genesis block. So we have this cube, and it's a lot of different like AI birds, I think, kind of shifting through one another.
Yeah, so this is that Lucid Sonic Dreams notebook I mentioned that allows you to upload audio and then map frequencies and then create a visual based on a pre-trained data set. So I picked, I think it was wildlife. was
Yeah, so
the
I saw a bird and I saw a leopard. There was like a penguin and an owl. But they're also like it's sort of picking up the backgrounds as well. Like it was going now we shifted through like 4 or 5 birds sitting on branches, but before that there was like water, and now we're just in a sky. And I love how it's like synchronized with the music.
Yeah, it's so weird how like you get these moments where between the things that look like birds, it just looks like some other weird creature. So this was the first experiment, and then I took this video and put that into text-to-image BQGAN clip model, which is how I made the gold video that we just saw.
I love to see like the lineage across all of the different pieces.
What's really interesting though is that like that wildlife video is a square format, and I was just curious what would happen if you took a square video and then asked the AI model to generate like I think I half the size of 1920 by 1080 just so the training would happen faster. But that's how I actually, so that was a 2-step process of how I got to the gold one. Yeah, so it just really interesting, right? How like they're very different results.
Yeah, I love the way like our little hacks end up kind of making unexpected things happen.
Yeah.
Is there anything that I'm missing, do you think? I guess I haven't described these like green glass like scribble shapes, and I see each of them also has this really long clear blue kind of mirror shape running through them. They're like really long ovals.
These are Sonia's, I think.
Oh, they do have a Sonia-like quality to them. She has a very distinctive style.
Yeah, these are Sonia's. I don't know. I don't think that she provided text for them, but I just love how expressive she is with her shapes and figures. And there's just like, there's so much expressivity. Like they're all distorted and contorted all strangely. And I just thought they fit the space so beautifully.
Totally.
If we go down, actually, there is one of the third, I think it's the third model of Ivy's cellular automaton series.
Oh yeah, there's another video down here. And we have, are these those? Oh yeah. Oh, this one down here is supposed to be the hand.
This is the giant hand. I just thought, oh, this is so, like with this series that Ivy created, I think the reason why I felt so drawn to them too is that like, I don't know, I have moments where I just feel super weird being human. So sometimes when I see art that represents the human body in a strange way, I find it satisfying because
yeah, it's like a hand covered in plaster or something.
But it's like because it's overgrowth, right? And so it's like it's a hand, but like the model just continued to go further. And I don't know, I guess it's just like my own weirdness that feels in harmony with seeing like a weird representation of a human body part where it's just like, well, yeah, I often feel like I'm overgrowing in other ways, or I don't know.
Yeah, overflowing the cup.
Or like body dysmorphia also, I guess, is like something that I've experienced a lot throughout different parts. I mean, I'm not too worried so much about it over like the last few years, but like definitely during, I don't know, teenage years, I had major body dysmorphia, and I just found it really hard to feel in my body, or just to like, I don't know, make sense of what does it actually mean, this meat suit that we wear. So yeah, I really appreciate these pieces.
Yeah, it's really resonant. I can identify with that a lot.
That video on top, I think that might be, is that, I don't remember if this is a whole music video or not. Oh no, it's a short piece.
Ooh,
They do that by looking
Nomi
for
is
the
in
little
here
things,
also.
and it's possible
Yeah,
to
it's very
spot
like
subtle differences in their
spacescape, but we have this
behavior or their
undulating
reactions
landscape
that
where
imaging could never detect.
there's like a pulse that's like shooting across these like wavy rings that look kind of like a waveform, kind of like a
They
landscape.
do that by looking for
And in
the
the
little things,
center,
and it's possible
oh
to
yeah,
spot
so
subtle
there's
differences in their
the
behavior
like
or their
pixelated
reactions that
dripping
imaging could never
Rania's face. It's like rotating around, and then there's, how would you describe this AI generated figure? It's
Okay,
like
so
translucent blue with some like diagrams on it also. It looks very, very sci-fi.
yeah, so that was I think this was one of my early experiments using text to image. And the text prompt was machines showing humans what makes them human by seeing what, wait, hold on, no. Machines showing humans what makes them human by seeing what makes them not like machines. Sorry, there's a typo there. That was my text prompt that generated this image. And then I took that same text prompt and put it into ChatGPT, and the audio that you hear back is what ChatGPT gave. And I just remember that was like one of my first goosebump moments of using ChatGPT, because it's like, I don't remember the humans, machines showing. I also have it written here. They do that by looking for the little things, and it's possible to spot subtle differences in their behavior or their reactions that a machine could never detect. It's just so wild.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah, it's like, because I guess this is also a question, or on the topic of AI being sentient. Like, I don't think AI will ever be sentient. If
You don't understand what makes humans sentient. Like, the whole idea is this like pernicious anthropocentrism that it's like, yeah, I don't know. I'm very skeptical myself.
Yeah, because this is the thing, right? It's like, it's exactly like you said. And I always say, like, I don't know how many humans are aware of their own emotions and, like, just the awareness of self. Like, how many of us actually experience our day-to-day living in that heightened awareness of self and, like, being aware of our emotions and whatnot. So how could we expect a machine to also do that? And so, yeah, I don't know. It's but the thing that I can imagine happening. So do you remember what was the name of the man who got fired from Google for claiming that AI was sentient? Blake, was it Blake?
I don't remember his name. That was so funny. It's like I'm talking to the chatbot and I'm getting scared.
But yeah, it's like the one aspect about humanity that's just like also weird is we're really good at defining and then redefining things, right? It's like the word villain, for example, original meaning was actually not what we like transformed the meaning to be in, like, entertainment, like through movies and whatever. But it's like, here, I'm just gonna Google here's one description. The term villain first came into English from the Anglo-French and Old French villain, which is further derived from the late Latin word villainous, which referred to those bound to the soil of the villa and worked on an equivalent of plantation in late antiquity in Italy or Gaul. A word that refers in part to a free common villager or village peasant lower in rank than a thane. So, like, this word transformed over history, But by nature, the word didn't have any like links to someone being mischievous or acting out of like what society would deem as like bad behavior or so it's interesting because I could imagine that like the word sentient and what that means could be redefined as people keep poking at like what it actually means to be sentient. So that could happen like 5-10 years from now, what we think or how we perceive the description of this word will probably change.
Yeah, it'll change with our consciousnesses.
Yeah. But currently, as we stand with AI, I don't believe it's sentient, and I'm very highly skeptical that it ever will be. I think it has the opportunity to maybe like help humans be more sentient,
Yeah, I mean it's just statistics. It's just spooky statistics.
Yeah, it's kind of like, what we're going through with how we engage with, say, ChatGPT as an example. When we read text back in these ways where it's like, it really feels like we're speaking to a human, and it's like poking certain emotions out of us. It's also creating new emotions that we've never felt before, because we're experiencing or we're interacting with these technologies in ways that we hadn't done before, So all these like complex layers of new feelings are really interesting, because I think a lot of these new feelings we can't even articulate, what's happening.
Well, that's what artists are for.
Trying.
Okay, well, I am going to stop the recording now. Hi. So my first question is just go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Cool. My name is Chris Clary. I'm an artist, curator, and zinester, and I'm based on the Jersey Shore. And I was one of the New Ink members with my fellow organizers here in year 7, was it? I'm not even sure. Year 7.
Yeah, I checked.
It feels like years ago.
He knows, and we're like, hold on.
I'll hand it off.
Yeah. Well, I'm Perlin Lee. I'm an artist and designer, and my work has a lot to do with finding neo mythologies through revisionist histories, inspired mostly by the female identity, and finding the divine feminine and all of that. And I was also a member of year 7 and 6 of New Ink. So happy to be here.
Thank you.
And hi, my name is Mark Ramos. I'm a new media artist. I'm originally from Los Angeles, California, but I'm based in Brooklyn, New York. I work a lot with like software and web programming to make hopefully funny, ironic websites that question the basic infrastructure of the web. One of my most favorite things about my practice, though, lately has been kind of creating community and making new friends over the internet, which is what happened with this show. So I'm glad that it's being revitalized in some way.
It's one of my favorite things too, networks of solidarity. And so what's the title of the piece? And you were the curators of it, so I imagine there were other artists in the piece as well.
Yeah, so I think, Mark, you came up with the title as sort of a joke. I'll let you tell the story if there's a story there.
So I approach my studio practice like workshopping a stand-up bit, except because everything was kind of remote during the pandemic, we just had a Slack channel for me to be annoying. So then I think that we were like I forget how like we thought that everything should start with an N. But I think it was because we were all sort of in this NFT craze. So we were trying to find like riffs on NFT and like what it stood for and deconstructing its meaning. And so we, I think I suggested like a bunch of other like ironic terminology for NFT naming that eventually we adopted throughout the whole exhibition.
Yeah, so the name of the show is NFT NF, not safe
I
for
always
work.
get them mixed up.
Exactly. We pronounced it wrong. It's NFS
Yeah.
and
SFW.
not safe for work and NFT.
I've taken to calling them nifties lately. It's like now they've been around long enough that that's kind of like, it's kind of like vintage, like a vintage slang that never caught on. It's like a very tiny moment. But yeah, I mean, I was so glad that you made this piece because we were really like looking for folks to, as you said, engage the critical poetics of this new medium rather than just sort of diving whole hog into like, okay, I'm selling my art as NFTs now. And I think it was really, really needed at the time. And so tell me more about the format. There are 3 rooms and then there were a few essays, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's 3 galleries and then like the main room, which has the 2 essays, one by Zach Kaplan, another by Lindsay Howard. And we knew we were going to do multiple rooms because the cohort of year 7 at New Ink, lots of different people, lots of different types of work. And so we definitely felt that there was a need to kind of like, who would go well together within a particular theme of each gallery. So it was interesting, even just trying to like, I think, figure out where each person's work should go, and even ended up with one artist who actually was spread throughout the entire exhibit. So.
And I remember you also recorded an exhibition walkthrough and minted that as an NFT. But the thing I loved about this was the file size limit for videos on Foundation, where you minted it, were exceedingly low. So it had to be compressed almost beyond recognition to be minted. And I feel like that's such an apt metaphor of like new media artists whose work is generally sightless, sort of trying to compress what they're doing into a single object. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was really hard to try to get how many. I think it was 4 megabytes or something like ridiculous. And so it was a recording of our opening, which was both a tour and then a panel discussion with Zach and Lindsay. And so it was like an hour and a half. So trying to like crunch an hour and a half down into like 4 megabytes was insane.
That's really funny.
Yeah. I feel like it was this unintended metaphor for the show as well, because we kind of created this landscape that was so, as Brian Dortcore said in Art America, so hostile in some aspects that that it's quite jagged, and in a way a lot of the work is hidden, like we said in the beginning. Maybe not intentionally, maybe sometimes intentionally, but I think it was a secret garden of sorts. And in the same way, the NFT, a lot of it is inaccessible in that same way. Yeah. And I don't know if we intended for that. I think it just happened naturally through the course of how we experience the show.
Yeah, I thought it was so like relevant and so connected. Yeah. I would love to hear more kind of about your workflow to create it and sort of like the landscapes that make up each space.
So I think I took the lead in sort of modeling all of the galleries because I wanted the experience to sort of be like accessible to everybody so that they could kind of just like focus on their work, and then like we would from there kind of think about how best to show it in this context. But really, I was messing around with the terrain modifiers in Blender and also using custom materials, which were things I had never really done before. So the landscapes were really like kind of just a result of like iterating with like Blender terrains. And then I like didn't figure out in time how to properly UV texture objects. So we took like artifacts from the like thematic curatorial direction of each space. So for example, like the NSFW, the not for sale room, and NFS room, the skins of the landscape are cryptocurrency symbols. And so I think the approach there was that like, we thought that if we could turn crypto symbols into something else, we could like disempower them somehow. And then for the NSFW room, Chris and I had like intense online conversations about how like online platforms are like heavily censored. And when you kind of sign this agreement to be on like a new social media platform, whether that be like Instagram or Chatterbait, we don't really read like the fine print and like how communities are sort of regulated in those spaces. So that landscape, the textures are all contracts from like social media platforms that you have to agree to before you can sign on. The NFT room, I think I just stole a bunch of corporate graphics from like Web3 software companies and used their visualizations to kind of skim the landscape. And then the main gallery room, that landscape is like built up of our like email threads to each other, and like the rivers are like Slack channel communications with each other. So in a lot of ways, it was like really reflective of how we were kind of coming together as a track during this time.
I didn't even realize that the river was your Slack channel. It almost reminds me of that Richard Brautigan poem. But it's also, I feel like kind of prescient to sort of think about all of these like non-decentralized communication methods that kind of make up the metaverse, which already exists, right? Like it's like people try to sell the metaverse as something that's going to be in 3D, but it's kind of like, this is the water, we're already here.
Yeah.
Totally.
And were the artists installing their own work, or like how did the curatorial process work?
I know me and Mark kind of worked with each artist. I mean, once we kind of figured out where each artist would be located in the various galleries, then we kind of worked individually with the artist to figure out how to best install the work. And that presented a lot of opportunities and challenges. I say that because I think some of the people's works in our cohort lended itself really well for a metaverse exhibit, and others less so. But I love that. I mean, I love that as a curator to be able to translate something that probably was meant to be experienced in a physical, in real life environment. And how do you translate that same work into a metaverse? A perfect example was Yessel's work, which is in the NFT room, and how it's sort of a non-representational work. So how do you create a work that doesn't have a thing? And so I was really kind of proud of how we approached that, to the point where with that particular work, you enter it and you get lost, to the point where because the metaverse and how we've kind of created each of these galleries, you feel located within a space. But the minute you go into her work, it's like everything has disappeared. And that, from a curatorial standpoint, that was like, oh my God, I love this. I love how that particular work was conceived. If I know Mark and Perlin also had a lot to do with how pieces exist in the world. So if you two want to speak to anything.
Yeah, I would say in the main gallery, there were these metallic structures. When you walk in, you're kind of hit with these large kind of columns that hold these banners. And these banners are they access the essays that Lindsay and Zach wrote. And in a way, we wanted to emulate this idea of this landscape being, you know, comprised of debris. And this like banner was this last thing, like holding on for dear life, like as some sort of, you know, last call or last manifesto in a way. And you can see that if you read both, you know, Zach and Lindsay's essays, they kind of have this similar relationship to, you know, capitalism and what the artist's role is in that. And the kind of the last hurrah, which, you know, Lindsay's in her piece, she talks about how DAOs kind of offer like a alternative solution, perhaps, to how the artist, you know, receives credit monetarily, and, you know, both creatively. And so you can kind of see that in a way, the architecture of these columns and these Metag columns like are so erect in such and kind of rigid atop of such a jagged landscape, and that is to emulate, you know, the contents of those essays.
Thank you. And Mark, did you want to say anything else? I had another question. I was just like,
I mean, I think one of the things too is like we decided right away that we wanted the galleries not to necessarily be like white cubes, that we wanted the online space to be in dialogue with the pieces and the pieces to be in dialogue with each other. And I think one of the great things actually about working, kind of installing like that, was that people kind of had like different levels of how they wanted to do it. Like Bhavik was really comfortable kind of just using the toolkit himself and installing his own work. And then other people were just kind of way more hands-off and kind of like, we'll give you the assets and then you kind of create something out of it. And then Itziar Barrio, who has a show up right now at Smack Melon of the same work that she was showing for this show, actually said that like she used a lot of those references for the in-person show that she did, like the idea of kind of floating the screens in space and then putting like the sculptures next to them. Like a lot of those directly came from like the work that we were, that Chris was mainly kind of working with Itziar on for the New Art City install. So that was super cool.
I was really proud of our just our cohort, because I know as a curator, if you're working in like in real life space, whether a gallery or museum or whatever the space is, it's very difficult to place work in relation to one another. And I know artists can get very anxious about the encroachment of work on each other. And I think what the metaverse kind of, in this particular show, kind of was amazing, is the fact that we threw out the idea of like, there is no white cube. And even as a curator, I'm always kind of like, why do we like default back to a white wall? I mean, why is that? And so I think this group was very welcoming and not doing that, which I think is pretty amazing, because I think a lot of shows, even within the metaverse that I've seen, still kind of default back to like how art is traditionally seen. And I think what was great about what Brian from Art in America picked up on is that's the way that we displayed the work and the worlds themselves is so far away from what people normally think of as a exhibition space.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's interesting because like, I've been thinking about this in physical space where like installation is a strategy to kind of erode the white wall as the way that you're experiencing the gallery, including the kind of like cultural baggage of like being inside of a gallery, therefore I'm looking at art. And so, I mean, what you're describing is kind of something I've been observing, that like in virtual space, you can use installation as a strategy. And it's so much less resource intensive than in physical space. And so it's opening up all of these new ways of thinking. And this kind of segues into a question that I've been asking, because this took place on New Art City because of the pandemic. And I'm curious, how did the pandemic affect your practice, and like, how did showing in virtual space feel to you? Like I think we're starting there, but I would like to hear more.
I mean, I think in the kind of piggybacking off of what we just talked about is that when we walk into a particular white cube, when you do something physical, you are bound to that space. And so, and that has been, you know, the nature of working in person for a very long time. But when you do something, you know, in a special platform like New Art City, you are essentially terraforming the landscape and the space with the work. And so there isn't now a conversation between the work and its context, with other works around it, but then also in this, you know, world that you've built, especially for the show. And I think that is essentially the beauty of what happened, you know, during such a hard time, is that you're discovering new ways to approach exhibition design.
Yeah, I mean, that an example of how that played out was, I know with the installing my work, the Christie Show, which was essentially a talk show on Chatterbait that existed prior to the New Art City exhibit. Knowing that it was going to be in the not safe for work room, I definitely approached all the other artists within that room to make sure that they were okay with me being in that space as a cis white guy, and how that would potentially affect the work. And after talking with the other people who were in that gallery, but then also even talking with Mark about how to install the work, it brought that piece into a totally different world, where I was so happy with how it was installed, where it's hidden inside a mountain. Mark suggested putting some bikes in front of the video, and it actually was live streamed when the show was up.
These are hogs. These are motorcycles.
Yeah, they're hogs. Well, and even to the point of, like, once he gave me that idea, I ran with it. I was like, okay, we're not just going to do like one or two. We're going to have a parking lot, and it's going to be a drive-in theater at Sturgis watching my show. And I thought, like, that you can't experience that like on Chatterbait or any other way. Like, I felt like that was a perfect example of, I think, what Perlin was saying, as far as us working the world, but then also finding a way for each individual work to kind of be in that world, but also be changed by it, and just the relationships there.
I also want to read into the record that Rhizome funded, like, what, 16 hours of Chatterbait streaming into New Art City?
Yes. I'm very thankful.
Thank you, Rhizome. That was, one of the shining moments of my time at New Art City. I was having my, like, Madeline about your space, Chris. It is so good. I can't wait to go in there. And I guess coming back to this, like, kind of digital nostalgia, like, had it been a while since you'd returned? I know you were just there before we met today. Like, how does it feel to come back?
I'm really proud of the show and just the work itself. It looks great, and it just feels right. And
there's when I looked at it again, I was like, I think we really create like it's surprising how striking still the visuals are, and but it's because we put so much work into it, I think, like, and as like a group. So it's great to kind of still have that up, which is also something that doesn't necessarily happen with in-person shows. Like, I've been thinking a lot about how to make, in-person exhibitions kind of last longer than the opening. So sort of what's great with this is, like, it's still kind of there and exists almost in like a perpetuity, and then you can kind of keep coming back to it with new perspectives or any way that you want. So,
and even I think when we were thinking about it from a very high level curatorial point of view, it was quite loose, because you are essentially putting together the disparate practices of many artists, and we wanted to celebrate that in the beginning. And and we didn't necessarily want to, you know, impose anything on anyone's work, and we just wanted to come together, and that was really the basis of it all. But when I have some distance from it, you know, it's been 2 years since we launched it. Wow. Yeah, see, I know, it's crazy. Seeing it now, it's there does seem to be some purpose. Like, we do have actually a lot of overlap in our work, and I think that is quite beautiful to see in retrospect.
That really segues into my next question. And like Mark, you touched on this because it's like, this is kind of like a ready-made archive. And even just thinking about it, it feels like such a snapshot of a really like fulminating time in like the history of new media. And 2 years is a really long time in the timescales of like what's happening here. And so I guess my last question has to do with archives, because that's all like, it's kind of like what the festival is about. Like, how do you approach archiving in your own work? Like, and sort of phenomenologically, like how do you feel about your old files? Are you giving them new life? Are you forgetting about them? Like, how does that function in your practices?
My practice is all about that. I'm a hoarder. And and when it came to this show, I thought it was, you know, I think the three of our practices all kind of had an influence on the overall how we built the worlds and the various galleries. I think my idea of like, let's use the internet as debris to build and to skin the landscapes was definitely coming from my practice, where I hoard things, and I'm always constantly going back to like old projects to recycle what I had done as a way to kind of like actually understand, what did I do back then, and why did I do that, as a way to kind of make something new. So that's kind of, archives are amazing. So
I feel the same.
Personally, I kind of hate looking at old shit of mine, but I think that though, I think that there's part of like, because mainly I work on the web, that it's like really just kind of like writing code. And also there's like part of the web that is able to respond to urgency in like a really quick way. So for me, I think it's difficult for me to actually like go back and look at old work, not only because like the platforms that they're kind of sitting on top of kind of change all the time. So like just the code that you wrote might be working differently 2 years from now. But I have a tendency to kind of be really responding to things that are sort of current in my life at the moment. And so sometimes looking at work from a few years ago even feels a little bit alien, because I don't think I was necessarily the same person or thinking the same things then.
Indeed, you certainly were not the same person.
Yeah, no, I'm on Mark's train. I think, you know, I have maybe the designer's OCD, you know, having that background, like you have to have 3 like towers of backups. You don't know why, but you just, you know, you have to have this like urge to do it. And I have that, but I don't ever want to look at it. It's just there. And I actually remember, and during our cohort, we had some guest speakers come and talk to our track, and Rhizome's Preservationist came to speak, and it was quite interesting because, you know, it's really about the preservation of things that live on the browser, and that as technology and hardware and software changes, how are we able to access the work as it was intended to be viewed? And I think about that a lot in you know, my practice, just because most of it is digital and it has this very specific context. And but you know, I tend not to worry too much if it's not going to be seen later, just because, you know, my practice is who I am right now in this present moment, and my work is a reflection of that.
I love this question because everybody has a completely different answer to it. It's, yeah, really evocative. So that concludes the interview portion. Thank you so much. Your answers were so generous, and it's always like, I'm having such a nice time hearing everybody's stories.
NFS, NSFW, NFT. That's the first time I said it today, right? Is an exhibition produced by the members of New Ink and Rhizome's Art and Code Track. We're showing, hosting, and minting, all to explore the critical poetics of this particular not for sale, not safe for work, and non-fungible token moment. We created 4 community gardens with specific themes, landscapes, and art critters, from AI video and invisible audio to hyperlinks and live streams. Each ecosystem is skinned with digital debris from the vectorless, to borrow from Mackenzie Wark. We're built on, under, and all over their typology, holding space, getting lost, keeping company. The main garden illustrates this dissonance between community and big tech, where the landscape literally documents the making of NFS, NSFW, NFT, rivers flowing with our Slack threads, mountains skinned with our email, audio of our Zoom calls scattered everywhere, along with essays from Lindsay Howard and Zach Kaplan.
Thank you, Chris.
Sure.
So we materialize.
Hi, welcome to NFS, NSFW, NFT.
We're members of New Ink and Rhizome.
I love that voice. So what we're seeing is a fog, a teal fog, and all of these like wavy landscapes, like Mark was describing, that are covered in a bunch of like overlapping screenshots of email threads. And I can see now in the floor, is that Twitter? And it's in all these different colors, these like gradients of blues and reds and oranges. There are these 3 giant paper clips, a preface from the artists, an essay by Lindsay Howard, and an essay by Zach Kaplan. And there's some wavy metallic text up top that says the title of the show, which I'm not going to bother saying.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting also that it's like an art show and essays are sort of included in it. It's like it really sort of doesn't have a single site, or it's really multidisciplinary. How did the essays figure into it?
I mean, I think kind of what I was saying earlier, that the essays don't necessarily speak about the works themselves, but really the landscape of honestly Web3 as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
And see, like with Lindsay's, like she talks a lot about you know, in the capitalistic world, artists are posting a lot on Instagram, and then we are not, you know, and online, and we are not reaping the benefits of that. And in some way, our intellectual property is, you know, usurped, or it's not ours anymore. And so how do we reclaim that? And I think, you know, like as she was saying, like the like DAOs are a particular way to do that. And she lists a few examples of great DAOs like Harambee Fund and so on and so forth. And then Zach is kind of like a in conversation with Lindsay about that, but he takes a much more radical approach. I don't know, Chris, if you want to speak to Zach's.
Yeah, I think during the opening, when we had the two of them actually in conversation with one another, I tried to get them to kind of like, because I almost saw what was interesting is we gave them both free rein to talk about whatever they wanted to talk about. They could talk about the exhibition, they could use it as a platform to, you know, talk about ideas that they're thinking about just generally. I think Lindsay took that approach. Zach, what was interesting is I think he took a much more pessimistic approach as opposed to Lindsay, and I tried to get them to kind of see that, but I think Zach was kind of unwilling to to be the pessimist that I think the essay kind of points to a little bit as to like what our digital culture was 2 years ago, which if we think about that was when NFTs were like blowing up. So it would be actually interesting to, you know, what Zach thinks. I mean, what we all think of, like, you know, the NFT scene is very much different today than it was back then.
Yeah, I think it was a period right before NFTs that people were really trying to sort of rethink what a creative economy could be. And I knew a lot of people who were experiencing a great deal of grief that it's like, oh great, we have the commercial art market again and we can speed run that entire history.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Should we go into one of the spaces?
Sure.
Let's start with NFS. I remember each of the rooms being coded with a cryptocurrency, but I guess they're all inside of this one. So the artists featured in this space are Joanna Flato, Ricardo Miranda Zuniga, Mark Ramos, and Bhavik Singh. And the NFT garden is skinned with cryptocurrency symbols. So we have a river of Ethereum and mountains of Bitcoin. We have a big rotating sphere with all the cryptocurrencies on it, or those like startup logos. And we have some floating coins. We have some picture frames. There's more stuff off in the fog. Where would you like to start?
Why don't we start with Bhavik's work, which is on the left, which is those kind of algorithmically generated trees in the frames.
Oh, in the frames. So there are all these frames sticking out of the Bitcoin mountain. And there's a lot of videos, so we're lagging. Sorry?
It sounds like a Disney ride, the Bitcoin mountain.
So there are probably like 25 of these picture frames all kind of scattered around, and the frames themselves are very like low poly, and they have this like orange rim. They're not very embellished, and these little algorithmic trees are growing up out of this like very plain green horizon, and they're basically just like line drawings. And they're very like mathematical looking with different colors on the edges of all of the branches. Is there anything you want to speak to about these pieces?
So this work is Bhavik Singh's work, and I think kind of in Bhavik's practice, or what they were trying to sort of do with this work is not kind of only play with the idea of sort of planting this sort of absurd Bitcoin mountain with these like coded trees, but I think a lot of their approach to kind of software art or writing code in general calls for sort of slow, meditative, kind of calm, reflective approach in ways that like code is not necessarily deployed or used in the commercial world. So I think that's a lot of what Bhavik was trying to do here, was kind of link code to the natural world through these sort of representations of trees. And the exhibition text is actually kind of like open source copy paste. You could make your own tree just like that. So I think that the work kind of embodies a lot of Bhavik's practice, which is sort of open source and then kind of code that's slow and meditative and sort of gentle.
I like that they're even like slowing down how quickly the world itself is rendering, that it's sort of enforcing a slowness in the camera as your avatar. The ones that we're looking at now are sort of growing out of these Christmas tree shapes. So you have a vertical line and then sort of a pyramid of horizontal lines running through it, and they have all these little like red points at the end of them distributed randomly along the branches.
And so fun fact is that Sammy, you and I actually had this kind of interesting conversation about this because we couldn't figure out, like they're not like algorithmically being generated live, it's all video footage. And then so we figured out, or you told us that if we labeled each clip like a slightly different name, then it would make the world run more efficiently, because we couldn't figure out how to like have this many videos in one space. If they were all named the same one, then it like kind of used all the processing power for each one or something. But
I do vaguely remember that. I think I did a technique like that for a bunch of copies of the same video. So it would be playing as multi-channel or something like that. But yeah, it is, I've never seen this many this many videos. I guess they're also probably not very big, which probably helps, but.
Bobik broke the damn internet is how.
I think what I liked about this piece was exactly that, is it really shows the tech behind the metaverse. Like I know
think it's brilliant.
When I've looked at this on certain desktops or laptops, and specifically my older iMac, like it does crash. I'm not able to go much farther than look at Bobik's, and then it just dies. So.
I mean, it really is like a movement, like distortion field. Like when I go closer to it, watch, we start moving more slowly. And then when we move away, we go fast again. And it's just, yeah, like exposing the seams. I think one of the reasons why your piece is so timeless, that it really holds up after a couple of years, is that like New Art City is not designed to be Unreal Engine or whatever. Like real-time simulation is not what we're doing here. And so you have to think within the constraints of, 40 megabytes to achieve your concept. And I think it like forces you to think more authentically to the medium than trying to make a bunch of interactive baubles. So are these Monero coins that are floating? I wasn't sure if this was.
They are.
These like purple floating Monero coins.
And then flowers.
I know that I was clocking flowers. They have a lot of like fuchsia colors. They look like horrendously decimated 3D scans, maybe. And what's this? There's this like semi-transparent cluster of long rectangles floating in the air. It's about eye height, and they're like white and transparent.
So that is Johanna Flato's work. Those are actually scattered throughout the entire space, so you'll kind of encounter them through like each of the gallery exhibitions. This one I thought was even funnier than the original concept, because I think what she was doing was she took like the kind of riffing that we were doing on with the titles, with NFS, NSFW, NFT, and creating her own kind of abbreviations from those prompts.
And the title is Anyone, NTK, NNWW, which is Anyone Need to Know, Nudge, Nudge, Wink, Wink.
It's great how fast you got that. I would have like needed that.
And the actual like visualization are the letters jumbled into crystals.
Oh, that's so interesting. Yeah, now I can kind of see that. I'm seeing a W and I'm seeing a T.
And so when we installed those, Johanna basically said we could kind of just scatter them throughout the space. So that's sort of like what we did.
That's really nice. Should we go inside of this video? This is called Real Estate is Your Ticket to Wealth. This is by Ricardo Miranda Zuniga. And we have these really they look like shots of a rooftop pool that are shot by like a real estate company. And then you have like the drone flyover of the Statue of Liberty at sunset. And I saw more of these very like marketing style. Yeah, now we have one of One World Trade Center, like going over the river. And now the Bitcoin mountain is intersecting with it because we're like inside of this big cube.
This is another instance where I think the installation is pretty amazing, because I think the videos, I mean, we're seeing images of this of the skyscrapers kind of collapsing in on themselves because of how it's been installed as a cube.
Yeah, and now there's a black woman who's like superimposed over the scene talking. We have an elevator opening. But yeah, as you said, like being entirely immersed in the video like a mirror cube is always adds something different.
for you to enjoy your modern day comforts. Now, it is your responsibility to grow the wealth passed on to you so that your children and descendants may continue a life of endless opportunities or leisure, if they so wish. Don't have the cash for a down payment? No worries. Low interest loans are available. You may even take a loan for the down payment. Don't have the credit score to purchase a home? For a small fee, we can help you fix that. After all, credit scores are just numbers. We will help you realize financial freedom. Afraid of debt? Don't be. Wealth is accumulated through debt. Debt is nearly a wealth mechanism. Radical uncertainty and ceaseless change is the new reality. Embrace it and take control.
Incredible. And like, it speaks to the sort of broader critiques of capitalism that I think are heavily involved with critiques of the like crypto boom.
No, what's also interesting as another layer that I didn't think about is, so this is when I go into the queue, my computer also sees this, like, like just like, you know, the we say that, like, I think in animation, like when it's too expensive, like it's taking up a lot of, GPU, and I just think it's so hilarious that it's literally a piece about like unattainable wealth. Like the irony of that. Anyway.
I know, it's amazing. This is like definitely like a new perspective on it that I didn't have when I saw it for the first time.
Yeah, I think what was great about that piece also was that he approached kind of making it like this kind of satirical real estate ad that like conflated like real estate with like ideas of like personal worth. So he like kind of like approached it, like when he made it, like the workflow was very much like a production company would like make this for like a client. So that's why I think it has like the aesthetic that it has, and it sort of uses that same visual language. His piece is also the one in the orb that is in the sky.
Oh, let's go to the orb. Love to ponder the orb.
By granting more people more access to it. But then what we see with the GameStop,
So we're inside of a white sphere with all of these different cryptocurrency logos on it.
became very clear
Listen to the
the ways
voiceover.
in which the game is rigged, right? Because these hedge funds that lost in the end $12 billion were losing $26 billion, and they own, stakes in things like Robinhood. And so Robinhood, in this case, when everyone was buying GameStop to work against the shorts of hedge funds on that stock, they disabled the ability to buy more GameStop at the peak of this thing. And, this is just total market collusion. It's like in plain view that this is, they're manipulating the market and working against a bunch of average people and their democratic access to this platform. So it just showed the contours of this thing and how rigged it is. And I think this is also driving more people now to cryptocurrency, which is why you're seeing the rise in price of cryptocurrency. Because
So what can you tell me about this one? Is this Ricardo speaking, or
It's not Ricardo speaking. I think part how this work, so it's like an orb that's skinned with like various cryptocurrency icons that he sent me. And then the dialogue is following that GameStop scandal, where like the GameStop stock was kind of like booming through insider trading, and then the stock market basically made it illegal for people to continue trading it. And so I think in the context of this room and what we were thinking about with the works in this space, it kind of points to sort of the fallibility of NFTs as a whole, because they rely on this same kind of monetary structure or this same kind of hierarchical structure to even exist. So I think like that was one way that Ricardo was really critical about NFTs, was that they in many ways are like a kind of hyper modern manifestation of like stocks and trading that is already happening.
Yeah, it's like, if you want to know who's behind Web3, like look no further than Web2, like Mark Andreessen. It's like all of these venture capitalists are the ones who funded the thing that they're trying to tell you they're liberating you from. Go back down to Joanna's sculptures. So now I'm seeing they're more of a like a pinkish tone, and I'm in the Bhavik distortion field. Now we're going back close to Ethereum River. And this one is titled No One Enemy No One. Oh, nice one. No one enemy N1. No one enemy, nice one.
You're really good at this.
Tongue twisters, yeah. There's a managing director in charge of tongue twisters.
What's great about the translucency of her pieces is that they're literally white. So whatever color you're seeing is a reflection of the things around it.
Oh wow, I didn't realize that. It does look very different. And we have we have one more, and it's a little bit more spread out. Or the letters N and W are like a little split off from the other ones. So this is NMTE, NM, NB4T. Now more than ever, not much, not before time. Oh, these now they're like spatial poems. This is so cool. And we have another big Bhavik over here. Bathtub Junebird.
Yeah, and I think the plants are like kind of a reference sketches to like real plants that Bhavik encountered, like in sort of like real space. So in a lot of ways, they're like representations of like real kind of like botany.
Yeah, this is more like a berry bush, and so the little circles at the end of some of the branches are purple, and it's a lot more squat. NVCM, NYC, NBLFY. Never mind, not your concern, nothing but love for you. Gotta catch them all. Is there gonna be something in here now? Going through a Bitcoin canyon. And now I'm seeing two like neon browser windows. One of them is like a gold background, the other one's neon green. The first one is this render of Bitcoin Mountain with this very like N64 level, like slow water, and then there's like a low poly waterfall and all of these like pink flowers and Monero coins, and there's like a Bitcoin sunset with a lens flare in the background, and it's my favorite, What If We Kissed by Dogecoin Peak. Hashtag Dogecoin Peak, excuse me. And so Mark, this is your piece. Please tell me more.
So I think like this is where like artist as curator kind of got a little like intermingled, because I was like thinking a lot about these like same ideas and these same processes when we were like kind of constructing the worlds from this show. And you can kind of see that they're like directly referential in their taking of cryptocurrency and making them into other objects. But I was thinking about with NFTs, how you can kind of mint ephemera, and how all of these sort of like priceless moments can really, you can add a price to them now. And so I was kind of thinking about how this idea of priceless even still manifests in an age where everything can be minted, but then also the ways that we kind of like consciously participate in that kind of economy. Like we post like vacation shots to like Instagram, or like images of like stunning sunsets. So in what ways are we like complicit in kind of creating this kind of like influencer or user economy where everything has a value and everything is an asset?
Definitely. And yeah, that I forgot about those priceless ads. A second chance at love, priceless. Oh my God. And I forgot to mention that we have an enormous Dogecoin rising sun that's checkerboarded with like a gold Doge that's pretty like low res, and the Dogecoin logo in pink. And there's another one behind this. We have another one of these. This is a very like voxelized like Minecraft waterfall that we're zooming in on with a bunch of Monero coins, and we have the same Bitcoin and Dogecoin Moonrise or Dogecoin Moonrise. This is a show about tongue twisters. Have we seen everything in this space? Should we move to the next one?
Yeah.
Yay, NSFW.
Hey.
Hurrah.
So this piece has work from Itziar Barrio, Chris Clary, Joanna Flato, and Nahi Kim, and Perlin Lee. And this is NSFW, and we have a content warning. So I'm going to click I understand and want to proceed. So now the mountains are darker and they're skinned with, it's hard to read, but I can tell it's like the sensitive content warning on Instagram. And the floor is a bunch of like access restricted, select that you're over 18. There's like a Pornhub, and there are like a bunch of other ones. And I'm seeing one of the motorcycles sort of intersecting at the end of this little valley we're in. And there are a bunch of floating cubes with these nice pastel gradients that have these like black illustrations. I'm not sure how I describe them. Who made these?
So those are Nahi's. Yeah, we can zoom in one of Nahi's cubes. We can start there.
Sure.
I mean, I think at first we were wondering where to place these cubes, and I think it was just this wonderful idea I think Chris had, was just to scatter it everywhere in this room. And I think so this particular work, so Nahi had trained AI to read a ton of porn, vintage porn, I think, just from the archives. And essentially, because AI can't tell the difference between two bodies intertwining, the silhouettes become one.
Wow.
This kind of, creature and all the movements that were studied throughout, the footage become flattened into this creature. And so you see all these different cubes are different studies of and what the AI had outputted.
Right, and so it's like what this reminds me of is when you draw a big squiggle in MS Paint and then you fill in some of the loops. So it's just they're all filled with black. But I can see there looks like a hand that's in kind of like a goose shape, and there are probably about 10 of these. And they're all different colors. Oh, and it's really nice to go in them, and then it's completely immersive. You like forget the world around you. It's really like meditative.
I should mention too that originally she had these as like 2D prints. So she gave us like the PNGs, and then we just textured them onto like a Nuart City default cube, and that's like how we ended up with this. Like this kind of installation of it is totally new. Like she's never shown it like this before, and probably won't again.
Yeah, the cube is a very specific Nuart City thing. Most people are not in cube world. And I'm seeing some floating iPhones with some very like pastel high-res renders behind of these like pink canyons. There's like a floating. It's more high res than an emoji, but it looks kind of like a doll head. Oh, these are yours, Perlin. Tell me more.
Yeah. So Real Girlfriend is a series that I developed over a year, where I essentially took my own likeness and had a friend, Mariah, 3D model that, and then I re-wore that face to do a performance really around emotional surrogacy. And the kind of the immediacy of AI girlfriends and digital girlfriends of the metaverse, and this was really to kind of subvert all of the ways in which the male gaze has to do with that. Every time they interact with something that seems really so immediate but also intangible. And so this was the first time that I had so many real girlfriends in one space. And so this background of the the real girlfriends' heads floating in this like pink landscape was really a metaphor for the pantheon of girlfriends that are uniting for the first time in this very different
Chat with all of your exes.
Yeah, exactly.
And the real girlfriend face on this this iPhone is very uncanny, like this white wig with a headband that doesn't look like it's designed to be a headband, and the face is moving in a very artificial way, like smiling, kind of flirty eyes. We have another one here with a pink wig and this like bubblegum pink canyon behind it with this trio. Are those like floating, like inflatable crocodiles flying over it?
I think those are actually in the background you see like the head, kind of the forehead.
Oh, it's the head from the back with this blue hair.
Exactly, like they're going through the passage. But it's interesting because the uncanny part kind of tests your comfortability with the intimacy of these girlfriends. And I studied a lot of in-dom relationships and tech-dom relationships, and oftentimes the longer the relationship lasts, they would actually develop feelings for each other, whether intended or not. And that this was a representation of how that might happen between the viewer and the girlfriend.
Digital intimacy. Yeah, I mean, there are many stories of people trying to like marry their digital girlfriend. Or there was one very sad story about this, like the game that the girlfriend lived in, like the company folding, and then the guy not having access to his girlfriend anymore.
Yeah, so sad. So sad and
tragic.
Yeah, and I think that's the intangibility that is trying to be kind of shown here, and that also the real girlfriends were minted as a series of NFTs on Foundation. It was actually when Foundation came back for the 2.0, the real girlfriend was one of the first kind of collections there. And the reason that I thought not all my work's NFTs, and I feel that it's very intentional why, but I like this idea that you were able to have potentially like fractionalized shares on a girlfriend inspired by the movie Her, when Samantha says, to Theo that she's been in love with thousands of other people at the same time. And so that, I thought NFTs were kind of an interesting way and to show and mirror that sentiment.
Yeah, I mean, like the social construction of the user as like a result of time sharing computers it's like basically a story as old as computing itself.
Yeah, so I think we can go down to, there's a video down there with text, I believe.
Right here, or is there one below?
There's one below, or if you see the motorcycles, we can go straight into Chris's den.
If there's more of yours, I want to see it, but I suppose we'll find our way.
Yeah.
Oh, it's secret. Oh, I see the motorcycles. Follow the motorcycles. So we're in this canyon. There are three motorcycles, 3.5 motorcycles sticking out, and you can see they're like 2D. Oh my God, it's 1 million motorcycles, and they're all lined up. And then Chris is on video with a motorcycle behind him, like reclining with a cigar and some like whiskey. So tell me more about this, Chris.
Sure. So this is the Chrissy Show, which was a talk show I did on Chatterbait started at the beginning of the pandemic and ended this past December, actually. So I'd been doing it for almost like two and a half years. But the show was sort of a respite for my audience and other sex workers just to come and hang out and chill and talk about the industry of sex work and camming, and just talk about the problems and the pleasures and just everything that this world kind of entails. During the run of the show two years ago, for New Art City, we actually streamed live into the gallery. And so what was awesome about that is I actually was able to get a lot of people who are watching me on Chatterbait to come over to New Art City and view it in this like drive-in theater Sturgis environment. I love that it's hidden. A friend of mine literally said, you're so not safe for work, you have to be hidden inside the mountain. But which is so weird, because after doing it for 2.5 years, it really became less about the sex and more just about hanging out and connecting and kind of chilling, almost like how friends go to a bar and just kind of recap what's happening during their day. So I was really proud of being able to pull it into this world, into the New Art City world, and kind of reintroduce it to probably some audience members who like don't know about this niche camming world.
Yeah, I love Specific. It's just like all of these kind of back rooms of the internet, and it's so cool to have it installed in this way.
I really love, yeah. I mean, this is I'll let Mark and Chris speak for this, because that was their idea to really hide this in a subterranean way, which I think is just so perfect for the piece itself. And this is a great example of what we're talking about in terms of like terraforming around the work. Like I think we wouldn't have been able to experience it in this way had we not had a platform to be so free with.
Totally. And with Mark actually created the terraforming and the landscapes first before we started installing the work. And what was so interesting about this particular world compared to the other galleries was the fact that all of the work is very centralized within the landscape. It's all fairly close to one another. And I think that has a lot to do with, I mean, it's a metaphor for just work that is more of an adult nature, definitely living online, where we're forced to kind of work and exist within boxes and within the constraints of, looking back at the skin of all the contracts that we have to agree to and abide by to actually exist online. So that it was kind of a happy accident that happened. I know that, as we were talking to each of the other artists in this particular gallery, we wanted to be respectful of keeping space between each piece, but also the interesting thing about this landscape is how little space there is compared to the not for sale room, which is more kind of like roaming lovely hills, and here we have crazy, dangerous, jagged mountains.
I really do feel the most cocooned in here. I mean, it really is such a beautiful reflection of a teenager's bedroom, like just the claustrophobic aspect of it. I mean, in the most endearing way, which I feel is the perfect way to experience a Disney show, which
it's really cozy.
Yeah, it's cozy, and I feel that the show slows down time, and you need a cocoon to be able to enjoy the mundanity and the intimacy. And I think
we consume digital media so quickly because we have this culture of images where the half-life of an image on your Instagram feed is less than 5 seconds. In virtual spaces too, you sort of walk through the whole thing and you're done in 2 minutes. And I really value these tours because it gives us a chance to really dwell here.
Yeah, it's one of the things where I don't identify as a sex worker, but those who exist on Chatterbait and other sex camming sites, I am so in awe of their ability to be able to be online for 8 to 10 hours a day. It's as a performer, it's exhausting. But the little that I did do, anywhere between an hour to 2 hours each time I performed, you kind of have to go through that amount of time to get to whatever you're getting to. It's definitely a slow medium that I, particularly from my practice, I love kind of working in a slow way.
Absolutely.
And not being afraid of being bored. I think that's probably thinking of just how we deal with tech these days. We're always looking for that instant thing, and to know that there are spaces where, like, you know, being bored is not a horrible thing.
And like awkward silences are a thing that I think people have become like a lot more averse to when all this time is filled. But like, you know, silences are kind of the frontier along which thoughts form.
One of the things that I found really amazing about the show is that when I brought guests onto the show, because Chatterbait's not a cam-to-cam site, I wasn't able to kind of get the OBS settings to work where we would be talking in real time. The way I had guests on is literally using the API of Chatterbait, where I would have to talk, they would have to wait 15 seconds or maybe sometimes 30 seconds to be able to hear me and then respond. And so it kind of created massively awkward spaces that I personally loved. But I know my audience, I was pushing my audience there.
The moment of anticipation. And so now we have
true edging to use
exactly
of that word.
So now we're back in this valley. There are these three crumpled sculptures that look like they're made out of like one of them looks like it's made out of a cast of a broken beer can, and it's in like concrete, and then it's fitted together with this kind of rubber sheath to another piece that is more rounded and darker concrete. And then we're surrounded by three videos, two of which are attached to each other at a slight angle, and another which is freestanding. And this is a scrolling text that looked kind of like a dialogue, or I saw there were like people labeled, but seems to be a long monologue. And then in the background, there's another really large video of just some like light smoke. But let's start with this diptych here. It looks like it's like a 2-channel video.
Yeah, it's Yara Barrio's Robot to MML. And I believe this is the second chapter of a trilogy that she does with professional bodybuilders and engineers. She collaborates quite across many interdisciplinary practitioners. And I think a lot of her work has to do with labor, technology, identity, and if I can quote Mark talking about Yara's work as their collaborators, this piece is about, AI as a queer force that takes over a government factory and questions the role of AI and robosexuality. And Mark, do you want to add anything since you're so close to the work?
Yeah, so this one was actually interesting because this piece was kind of scheduled to show in person like a ton during this time, but because everything had been canceled during the pandemic, it ended up kind of premiering on New Art City, or this version of it. So like everything that like Perlin said is like totally true. I think that the script itself is this kind of feature length that talks about sort of AI as this kind of queer force that's represented by the smoke and the bodybuilder, and it kind of corrupts these like android robots in this robot factory, and calls into or brings up tensions around kind of like labor, class warfare, and relationships between in power and power dynamics. So that's kind of like the work itself, is it's like a sci-fi queer sci-fi film. The sculpturally, Yara works a lot with like concrete and then like these like cast-offs of what could be considered like erotic material, like latex or like underwear bought from small shops in the Lower East Side that are like cut up and made back into fabric. And so I think what was like kind of interesting when we were talking about installing this work is that New Art City, the toolkit uses kind of the level of fog or smoke to kind of make running the entire space easier, like it like conceals certain assets for efficiency. So it was interesting to kind of see like the way that smoke was used kind of within this piece, but then also within the gallery as a whole, as like a metaphor for like kind of the limits or of technology. Again, I think I mentioned this earlier, but what was interesting is now this piece is kind of showing where it was originally meant to show, which was an in-person exhibition at Smack Melon in Brooklyn. But Itziar pulled like direct references from how it was installed here with like the kind of floating screens in midair to create like the in-person Smack Melon exhibition. So that was like an interesting AFK moment.
Yeah, I mean, even as we were kind of putting this gallery together and, you know, saw the relationship between the smoke that's in Itziar's piece and the smoke that's used or the fog that's used within the toolkit of New Art City. I think in this particular gallery, because we thought it was appropriate, we turned up the amount of fog that a person has to fly through to get to pieces.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that like in a gallery, the walls exist to hold up the roof, but in a virtual space, the walls almost exist to obscure pieces from others' pieces to create like divisions in the space. And I did want to briefly describe what's going on in these video pieces. There are these like really sumptuous like close up. I mean, it's kind of like at an uncomfortably close degree of like a flexing muscle. It's hard even to tell on a bodybuilder. And the left is this very like gauzy like hands, and I can't tell if it's one body or two bodies like gripping each other, and it's sort of a bluish like cool cast on the left, and it's a lot more like reddish on the right. I wouldn't quite call it bisexual lighting, but it's close. And then what is the text video behind it?
So Itziar was also really into the idea of kind of including some of like the source material and the text from the screenplay that was written. So that's actually what's being is on the screen, and the text is dialogue from the actual screenplay, as well as like passages from like reference material. Like there's this Czech writer, Karel Capek, that she drew a lot from when kind of thinking about this work. So kind of showing it online, I think like asked her to include other materials than kind of maybe just showing this. Like we did like a screening at eFlux like a week ago where it was just screened as a film. So she was able to kind of include some of like the source materials in this kind of installation.
It's so interesting to see like the passages from virtual to physical and back again. Ooh, we do have a couple more Joanna pieces. NSTLC, NTM, NRN, need some tender loving care. Not that much. Not right now.
Oh, it like tells you though in the exhibition text. I just thought you were really good. Like...
Oh yeah, no, I'm like NTYMI, NIFOC, NIMBY. Now that you mention it, nude in front of the computer, not in my backyard.
I didn't realize she themed these to the rooms too. That's pretty great.
NTIMM, NTTAWWT, NRG. Not that it matters much. Not that there's anything wrong with that energy. These are really fun to read. Is that everything for this space?
I believe so.
I think so, yeah.
Main gallery. Got some portals. Nope, that's NFS. Here's NFT. So there's more Joanna, Lula Mabratu, Yesil Song, and Xiang Wu. Oh, I love Xiang. And then this is skin with graphics that corporations use to illustrate the blockchain. So we have this spiral staircase with like kind of messed up like baked texture into a white box. It's very like James Turrell because the inside is white, and I couldn't tell if it was a wall or if you could go into it, and it's just totally immersive. That's really uncanny and amazing. And we have an Ethereum coin. There are a bunch of billboards with with video renders on them that are very like game engine or like early 3D renders of this like mechanical factory with like some kind of conveyor belt with a bunch of silver men on it. This one's very sci-fi with these sort of curved displays and like aliens in VR helmets. We have like a big like sci-fi skyscraper, some cyborgian being with a reflective helmet and VR headset as well. Sorry, I'm getting lost already. Where should we start?
Why don't we go up the steps into Yesel's piece? So this was the piece that I was mentioning previously, where like literally when you go up into this white cube, you lose any sense of place.
It's time for you to give a
and
body to the sculpture.
it's an audio piece where she's giving you instructions on what to imagine. And this piece was originally meant to exist in a physical space. I think she actually did install it in a museum. But I think what is great is the fact that like once you go into the cube, you're no longer in our exhibition. You're just in this space to contemplate Yesel giving you prompts as to what to do. She's asking you to draw a sculpture to make it visible through her prompts. Really, like you said, Sammy, James Turrell is probably a great reference point. And then when you turn around, that's what's even more uncanny, and you see like the world from within the box.
Looking down at it.
Yeah. It's like,
yeah, and it's also like presages this like prompt-based AI generation where she's telling you to make something and you are the AI who's making it.
Totally.
I always joke that many AI startups are in fact just a guy, which always makes me think like anthropomorphizing Dolly is just like some guy who's like, oh.
But I think again, what's great about that piece is it's referencing the white cube, but I think in some ways, like I wasn't able to actually see Yesel's piece installed in real life. I actually almost think this is probably a pure version of the work, just because a white cube still has some sort of an effect on you being in a physical space. Where I think from a digital perspective, it might, in my opinion, it feels closer to the concept of the work.
Yeah, well, like scale is determined in relation to the body. So regardless of whether a white space is immersive, you still can sense its dimensions. But like in virtual space, you go closer to make something bigger. When there are no references, you have no body.
Yeah, exactly.
What I think is interesting about her work, because usually when she shows it, she has people listen to the piece and then create these sculptures out of modeling clay about what they might have heard. So there is like a materialization when it's and a lot of participation asked of the people when experiencing her work in real life. But here, the participant is passive and they can actually just sit back and listen to it in a more immersive kind of, in your words, like in the kind of a Turrell way, like you would experience this kind of game.
I love the participation in physical space, though, like having a bunch of artifacts from your prompt all physicalized. It's incredible. Should we talk about Lula's video?
Sure. So Lula is a musician, and she specifically created these Mimu gloves and also some other technology that is with her legs, where she's able to actually, depending on her gestures, it affects her voice and is a way to actually add percussion to her songs and what she's essentially singing to. So this was, I don't know, I mean, if Mark and Ferlin, I was thinking that this might have been the premiere of this particular video when the show first came out. I think Lula did mention that. Yeah, actually it does. It says it. See, it's been 2 years. My memory is like, this was the debut EP. Or this is the first single of her debut EP.
Wow.
The debut wrong there, but I think what's great is just how expressive and how the body can be used in a way through technology to kind of influence the live performance. So
Right, and Mimu gloves I'm seeing refers to a gestural instrument. So they're these like they're cooler than the Nintendo Power Glove, but it's a similar vibe. But there are these like lace finger gloves with this like wrist component that has some circuitry on it.
yeah,
And the artist is it's like a music video. Right now she's in a studio, and she's like bridging her hands in front of her face and doing these sort of gestures with her fingers, moving them up and down. And later on I saw like the movements of her wrists were synchronized with like the snare and the kick.
correct. Yeah. And what's interesting is like, I think the work in this particular gallery, they're so disparate from one another. You go from the very quiet work of Yesels to this is a very celebratory, it feels joyful, to the comedy poems of Johanna to Xeon works. I think as a curator, again, I look at like, what have we created after like the show has been exhibited, and in this particular gallery, I was really interested in the fact that the works were so different from one another.
Yeah, and it's like the tripartite theme I feel like is such a great like collector for all of these like really different viewpoints on the theme.
Yeah.
Need another Joanna piece. NC, NFW, NISM. No comment, no fucking way. Need I say more?
I think Johanna would approve with the amount of sass you're giving.
I'm just reading what I see, N2M, NVG, NSA. Not to mention, nothing ventured, nothing gained, no strings attached. Ooh, so I'm seeing transgender. That's really that I approve of that immediately. So we have these billboards. The first three that I'm seeing right here have this like metallic background. One is gold, one is bronze, and one is sort of a reddish reflective color. This one says, describe your new villain in 2 words. A new American AI, a virtual reality of the transgender power. What is the villain's name? Kokyo. What is the villain's goal that conflicts with the protagonist's goal? There are a day and in the next play with the body of a human traveling in a Google structure. What is the villain's main power that makes them nearly invincible? In the phone can find a trans man and the power we're to be a competition of the companies in feeling sexual level. I'm starting to think an AI generated this.
You got it. So this is Xeon's work, and it's a reflection of the idea of the filter bubble, which essentially just means that that we're all in our own little bubbles. We're all kind of definitely within our online lives, kind of just constantly being fed the same things within our world. And so what's interesting in what he did with this particular installation is that the billboards are all facing themselves in on a sculpture of these women figures that are kind of at the base of the NFT mountain that are kind of climbing up to this eyeball that's again pointing down. Everything is looking in, and again I think just kind of reinforces this idea of filter bubble. But what he did from an AI perspective is that he took his social media accounts and emails and such and fed it into an AI machine learning thing to be able to kind of create the videos that are on the inside looking towards the sculpture of the women. And then the texts and the prompts for how he created the AI are on the back side of the billboards pointing out. So what you read was something he fed into the AI.
So we have those on the back of every billboard.
Yeah, correct.
And the sculpture looks very much like like a life modeling tableau, but you can see these are like women who are probably independently staged, and they're textured with this like horizontal striping all the way up that's kind of like the color of flesh and bones, and the faces are like grainy and blurred out, and they definitely like glitch a bit with the resolution of my computer that looks really, really cool.
Yeah.
And then yeah, the eye above them is enormous, and there's nothing inside the eye. Always got to check. Except, wait, the pupil is the Ethereum logo.
That's something I learned. I did not know that.
Very detail oriented. These renders are incredible. I'm just like, how did you make so many of these?
Mark might be able to, I know that the two of them have worked together. He might be able to help out here.
This is not our collaborative work, but I know a little bit about this. This was made at McDowell, actually. So he was like a McDowell fellow. So that's like the residency where you're like in the woods and they give you a cabin. And he basically just brought 2 computers with him and used all of his wood downtime to render out these scenes in Maya.
I love how this was made at McDowell because it's so the opposite of what you think of McDowell.
Yeah, it's like, that's not what people are supposed to do at McDowell. They're
No.
like,
Ted Kaczynski with a computer.
like,
So good. It makes it better for some reason.
Totally. It's like he had a nervous breakdown there.
Yeah, there's so much, there are so many greebles. This is one of the highest concentrations of greebles I've ever witnessed. Are we familiar with this term?
No.
Oh, so in Star Wars, you know, like the Imperial Star Destroyer that's covered in all of these little like appendages to make it look more real. They call it, obviously it has no real function besides making it look more place-like, and they called this greebling.
So good.
Is there one more in here, or is this all?
That's it, I think.
Wow, okay. Is there anything else that you want to speak to?
Wow.
I mean, I had a really great time, more than I expected, kind of going through this show again. I forgot like how kind of intense this experience was, at least for me, because, you know, when we were making all of these, I was like sitting in my living room most of the time because it was like the pandemic. But I think like, you know, one of the goals for this project was that we would all kind of like get to know each other because we were all at New Ink at the same time. And so I think like that definitely happened. We all like really have an understanding of each other's practice and like who we are as artists and people.
I think the group overall was, if anything, I would hope maybe at this point or sometime in the future, the show could travel into in real life space. I mean, that was the hope for the group. I mean, knowing that it was made during our time at New Ink, I think a lot of the other artists like, why can't the new museum just host us? And being a curator, I know like I was trying to like, you know, be honest with them and say like, that's not going to happen. That's not going to, well, for many reasons, but just from a timing perspective, I mean, this was, we took about 6 months to put the show together. But to do a show at any type of in real life museum space, they're like years
Exactly.
and years planned out. So, but that doesn't mean that it can't be done.
I think the creation of the show is such a beautiful act of kin making, and especially seeing it now. And you know, we've spent a good hour and a half, 2 hours, and in our day just to really delve deep into everyone's work. And I think in that way, that's the most intimate I think the track has been with each other, especially during this was a remote year for New Ink. And so I think that the act in making this was a nice way to be connected.
That's so wonderful to hear. And yeah, I know we've been here for a while. Thank you so much for being so generous with your time. I'm really, really grateful to have this sort of snapshot in your associations with it, like included in this archive.
Yeah, and if anyone's watching this, remember to tag at New Ink, at Rhizome, at Foundation when you repost.
You all need a mark in your life.
Institutions, libraries, the exhibit at the Seymour Discovery Center was shut down. So they were still trying to scramble to sort of get information, in some way to view for the public. And so I feel like my practice before then was really heavy on creating digital artwork, enhancing and creating sort of catalogs that I would print my work, to have as a material that I can then frame and put and view. So really into materials, but I feel like the pandemic for me and the way that I design and where virtual worlds really came to be was really the idea that everywhere that you went online, there was some sort of 3D sort of photo of the mapping of a museum. So I feel like museums sort of were like the first ones that I started seeing that were really inspiring, that they were sort of trying to recreate this immersive space so that you can sort of walk through these tours. So I think that the practice for me was really more manual, and sort of my art practice has been traditional methods of making artwork through photography, through paintings, and through drawing, and sort of the transition in archiving that material, trying to make it live somehow in a digitized way, is sort of the entry or the portal that I sort of entered into. How does it look in a VR space?
Yeah, that seems like a pretty natural evolution. Yeah, I'm really glad I asked. When was the last time you returned to Moderno Mindscapes?
I returned to Moderno Mindscapes last quarter because we actually had to show some new work that we were doing as far as like projections or something that was new in your research. And so I like to focus a lot of like on infrared photography aesthetics, or after images, or perception with palinopsia, where you deal with the residue of like after images and sort of the way you recall imagery in your mind. And so I sort of presented that last quarter. So I revisited and try not to change it too much, just because I knew that there was already a show that was catered to showing that. And so I used it as a presentation. So that was like really nice, because in a real world setting, I used it as part of my critique.
And what was it like to return after like some time away?
Oh, you know what? It was really interesting in the way that I was, you can tell that formalized sort of gallery aesthetic was really pressed on me, because I come from a time where I worked with the master framer, and for me, materials and archiving objects and putting them into real spaces was really sort of apparent in the way that you saw the gallery space. So it made me think like, wow, even though I'm in this immersive space, I was still trying to box things up and hang things up in that way. So I felt like revisiting it really sort of allowed me to understand the way I think and design, in the way that I place the objects.
I love that. Yeah, I mean, I keep seeing these being kind of like portals for self-reflection, where it's like you can kind of see what you're thinking more clearly after some time has passed. So like you've talked about archiving a little bit, but I'm curious to hear more about how you approach archiving in your practice, and like sort of in a personal sense, like how you return to old work, and like maybe in a practical sense, sort of what you do when you encounter it.
I think for me, the word archive, or the idea of an archive, really wasn't something that I understood. To me, it was just always, I love what I saw in person, and the details that you get to see in person. That encounter is so direct, or sometimes not really so thought of, but it's really about when you're trying to explain that to someone else, like how does that how does that transition to be able to give someone that experience again, or to seeing that clarity that you are expecting the materials to be in. And I feel like the encounter at the library is sort of where it started, where I was like looking at all these like books and special collections. And I'm like, people really went a great deal to make sure that these objects and documents are viewable, and that it can sort of spark this, trend of like trying to, find inquiry and wonder in your work. And so for me, it's really about how do I create that in my art practice to start being conscious about making work that will survive longer than what I'm making it for. And so I feel like that for me is what Archive has done. It's really expanded the way that I've created, just to sort of hit a lot of marks to maybe give a chance for this idea to sort of continue to live, and that it can help inspire people when they encounter it as well.
Thank you. So I think that concludes our questions for now. I'm really excited. I don't know if I've actually seen this one, so I'm pretty excited.
A view into the porthole of deep sea archives from submersible footage provided by the Hawaii Undersea Research Laboratory, HURL, is recreated from a submersible dive. Visual media of samples from corals and denizens from the sea are studied by oceanographers as multi-millennial timescales and serve as paleo recorders of biochemical information. In the virtual adaptation of the submersible dives, the immersible scene is designed to host a library of digitized objects containing these paleo recorders to extract, visualize, and make visible the pathways of archaic knowledge that hold vital information about our environment. Using a speculative design approach, a third adaptation to the project, Deep Sea Coral, expands to an immersible experience through collaboration with oceanographer Thomas Gilderson. With his guidance and dissemination of research materials and desire to adapt an art and science iteration of the gathering of these paleo recorders, these immersive experiences bring awareness to ideas in science that seek to find answers in a vast and unseen environment. Digitally mapping these experiences and creating a space of exploration could help reimagine how we encounter archaeological information. By becoming aware of these deep sea corals, users can explore the research conducted to extract vital information not easily accessible to the public, leading to more engagement with a broader audience. Designing the virtual world creates a hypothetical scenario in which the participant becomes the researcher by generating interest and curiosity about charts and data that might otherwise be too complex for the non-scientist individual. Creating a space for the public to view anywhere around the world makes it easier for researchers, scholars, and the public to come in contact with these materials by allowing the archives to become searchable and increasing funding and support for academia or academic institutions and research programs.
Thank you. Yeah, that's really nice to hear more. And this space is so cool. We're inside of a big box and we're looking out, it seems like we're looking out of the porthole of a submarine at this robot arm. It's kind of this like gunmetal color with like a brassy little grabber hand, and it's sitting on a coral reef. And we also see a huge radar screen that is, there's like an old kind of Windows modal window with two different coordinates that are being plotted in red across this this sort of signature in the radar. And then there's a spherical photo of the same, oh no, it's not the same image out of a porthole. It's a different robot arm that seems to maybe be being lowered down, or I see another like tube coming off of it, like down to the seafloor. So and there's also what seems to be a video feed from one of these remote operated vehicles of, is that like a bandolier of bullets or like an old box of bullets?
Yeah, I mean, that's what was really interesting, because some of the conversations that Tom was mentioning was that they passed through areas of the North Pacific Geyer, where by Hawaii, where there was all of these residues and remnants of like World War II ships and things that were just floating down there. So it was just really interesting to also see the artifacts from like the environment up above, and also like the artifacts that they're researching through the coral. So there was a lot of photos that just had different warheads and guns, and I mean it was just so interesting. It almost seemed like some scenes of like the Titanic, when you're looking at some of those things. So it made me think of that. But it's really interesting that it was a lot of artillery for the war.
Yeah, it's like a time capsule. So which wall should I go through?
Yeah, you can go through any of those walls, and basically the way it's set up, it has I think you can go through that one. And basically what I was really trying to do, and you can sort of focus on those boxes, I was really trying to create these immersive spaces so that if you go into one of those boxes, you can then view the artwork very large and from different perspectives. So you can just really feel sort of the macrocosm of all of these like organisms. Everything's just, we're so small compared to all of these things that are like not visible in the world. So I really wanted to play with scale and play with these archives in ways that you're not seeing them as these like small paintings or small photographs on an exhibition, that you're able to really as a like small organism go in there and kind of see this vast. So sort of taking the place of the view for say like the lens of a creature, of a fish, or some other non-human creature viewing these, and how does that look to them? And so to me it was really fascinating to sort of play with that.
Yeah, so we're inside of this cube and we see one of the robot arms gripping this little like red sponge thing, and there's a bunch of fan coral in the background. But zooming out a little, we're on an ocean floor and there are all of these black pylons, and I see this like great translucent coral structure with like a large image of coral in the back. We have a ton of these seafloor images represented as cubes on some of the pylons. We can see some more like submarine footage. There's a lot of like archival material in here.
Yeah, and so if you, sorry for interrupting, there's a little lag here. If you want to turn to the left a little bit, I placed in sort of the landing spot towards your left. And what I liked is that I wanted to put sort of like anchor the point where like some of these submarine divers also like go down in some other areas where it's not so deep, but they really also play a role in the way that they extract some of these materials that the robotic arm can't, so it's really like there's like a team of like in the way that they extract some of these materials. So I thought it was interesting sort of just to kind of place in a human aspect from it. But like if you go all the way straight up directly from that box, there's you're sort of traveling through sort of the pathway of like what it really means when they start the excavation. So really like above water, and like when you're seeing some of these boxes and the arm and the porthole of like the person that's actually gonna like dive down. And so it's really sort of like anchoring photos of that process. And of once you come out of that box, and there's a projection that I put along the side that really is the process where they go deep down and they're like speaking, they're inside this the submersible equipment. So you get to feel the closeness or the tightness of that inside of the equipment, which was really interesting to hear Tom sort of a person that went through that sort of process to go all the way down. He said for him that the experience of viewing this virtual world, because I showed it to him as one of my finals, because the important thing was that I did a independent study with him that's connected to the Humanities Institute cluster. And so it's really like expanding on this project. And I said, you know, hey, is it okay if we kind of go through the virtual world so you can have an experience of, you know, what I designed with your materials. And it was just interesting for him to say that it did feel very tight, but that this porthole that you view into, that it just seems so vast and that you just don't know when it's going to end. So he said that there are moments in the virtual world when you enter these spaces that give them that same feeling. So that was really interesting to hear that even though it's an immersive space, that when you're encountering some of these images and the way that it looks to them, that feeling of being tightly, you know, inside a space was real, and that in the way that you navigated you know, the seafloor. So I thought that was pretty cool, because I've never done that, but I feel like in the way that I was imagining to place these objects, that it kind of resonated to some real life scenarios.
Right. So to describe the space that we're in right now, we went into a cube at the bottom, which is another view from the inside of a porthole. And we see two divers. One of them seems to have like a spear gun, and the other one has what I think is this like vacuum cleaner thing that can suck stuff up from the seafloor. And one of them is just wearing these like funny Hawaiian like board shorts. And there's another one who's in kind of like full wetsuit gear. And then when we go up through this swirling sphere, then we end up above water, and we can see from out the little robot arm from outside the window. But I really love the way you're dealing with like depth and scale here, that it does really, it feels like, I mean, simulating the bottom of the ocean can be somewhat difficult in New Art City, but you really have to kind of deal with scale. But I think you did it in a great way. Is there something up here if I keep following?
No, if you go
structure?
down, yeah, no, that one's just meant to sort of add some textures and things like that. But you know, there's another, and so there's another space that I think if you continue to go down, and that's something also that I'm working on, to have these portal points so that they're labeled and people can, you know, just pass through and navigate, or just have fun sort of like exploring. But there are other sections where you know, there's the sort of theater space where I feel in these presentations that we're going to do in real life, we can gather the people to sort of like hang out in these areas, and that there's going to be this really neat projection that I was from the first adaptation of this project. And it was really nice because there was a lot more literature, and there was like facts and things that were, you know, sort of guided you through the process, that I felt really enhanced the experience for me to understand more about like what this whole extraction of archives and the dissection of these proteinaceous coral, and why that was important. And so there's another section also in this virtual world that houses links to Tom's research. And so it's really neat because if you navigate sort of where that area is that we were in when we barely began, there's an area where there's a couple of links and let's see. You navigate out of there. If you look at it from the bird's eye view, it's not that right there. If you keep going straight forward, there's some really nice, especially that nature.
Yeah, so we have links to a few of these different studies. These are maybe PDFs or web links. And we also have some YouTube videos, and these should probably be visible in the catalog also.
Mm-hmm. And so it's really beautiful to see that, you know, even though that this space is, you know, fictional, that there's anchoring moments of, you know, photos. I was just really excited, and I really appreciate, you know, HURL, the Hawaii Undersea Research Laboratory, were very generous with especially Megan Poots, who's also the researcher in that organization. She was like, you know, this sounds like a great project, and she sent me an index to all of the footage and photos. But the thing that was tricky about that, it was that similar to some of these links where you're like, what is it, or there's this index and what do I do with it? It was sort of like that for me in the encounter, was that I was in, I encountered this index and I had to download all of these links because you couldn't see a preview. And so it was really like a beautiful surprise that when all of it like was downloaded, that's when the curation started, and I started finding all these beautiful gems. I'm like, oh, I need to see these. So it's just beautiful to, I guess, bring into conversation of why it's so important for me to put this out here in this way, because it does come from this indexed contact sheet from this research laboratory that pretty much no one would be able to even access unless you had like some person that knew a person that knew a person. And so it was really sort of like that. And I think that it's just nice to know that in academia there are these pathways that you can sort of extract these amazing points of processes for other people that might seem mundane or not important at all at that moment, or that it just seems like a part of the research and it's not, but that you can transform that archive into something that can, not only be inspiring, but that you can learn from. And so to me, it kind of does a little bit of all that.
Yeah, I mean, you're sort of making meaning from this like really big collection of objects. That's like kind of one of the big goals of curation, right? Ooh, this looks kind of like an old anchor or like a radio mast or something. And there are these little, there are a couple of sea creatures that are kind of attached to it. I forget what those little tendril ones are that look like ferns. There's some kind of like anemone looking thing on there. And there's another really big macro photo of a coral that looks super iridescent.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of my favorite ones. That one's like sort of the viewing room where you can just like go in and not think about it. You can just have a relaxing space and take in this like bioluminescent sort of sculptural garden. And so it was a really nice spot just to sort of get away from some of the other like modern devices that I kind of wanted to call attention to sort of the serenity that surrounds the vast sea with all these beautiful coral spaces.
I didn't realize it was bioluminescent. And we also have a sculpture of a coral that's like translucent in the center of the space. Now we're inside of a giant cube picture of the iridescent coral. So I see the radar screen again, and I see more of these archival images on the posts. Where should we go to next?
I think that that's sort of what the exhibit was about. I think that for now, this is something that has been designed to sort of address the real archives, the photographs, and some projections. But I would say that's the completion of what I have for this adaptation. And I'm hoping that as I continue to get grants and other people to collaborate on this project, that it continues to grow and that I keep adding some newer work to it. But I think that for this time around, this is what I got to present for New Art City. And thank you New Art City for giving me the opportunity to show.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's really nice to hear you speak to the work, and I'm really glad it's like I'm seeing this space for the first time, so that was really fun. Hi everyone. So why don't we just start by going around the circle and introducing ourselves?
Hello, I'm Olivia. I made Bug World. That's it.
Hey, my name's Grayson, and I am in Bug World. And it's 10 p.m. here in Berlin, which is why I'm sipping a beer. It's more appropriate in my time zone.
Hi, this is Hiba.
Hi, everyone. So why don't we just start by going around the circle and introducing ourselves?
Hello, I'm Olivia. I made Bug World. That's it.
Hey, my name's Grayson, and I am in Bug World. And it's 10 p.m. here in Berlin, which is why I'm sipping a beer. It's more appropriate in my time zone.
Hi, this is Hiba. I made the Beauty to Excitement meditation portal.
You're the first person who's used reverb or delay in there as a voice effect. So amazing work, Hiba, already.
And hi, I'm Bianca, and I am in Bug World. Made a video, and hello from New Haven, Connecticut.
Nice. So I guess my first question will be kind of about virtual space in general. Like, have y'all worked with virtual before, or like how did you end up here?
Yeah, so actually Bug World was the first time I ever worked in a virtual space. I'm primarily a photo person, and I think, yeah, I just like for some backstory / lore, like I have like a meme page and was having a hard time like rerouting people's interest to art stuff. And then I met Sammy on Tinder, and she was like, New Art City exists, and I had no idea what it was, and just it was like an opportunity that kind of like plopped in my lap to reroute meme people to art world stuff. So it was first time for me. Yeah.
I've been working as a 3D artist for some time, and I was really excited when New York City came into my life, and being able to have 3D virtual spaces that are experiential. And I've been really interested in like somatic art and thinking about ways to travel with our minds. So that's what I explored with Bug World, and thanks Olivia and Sammy for creating these spaces.
And Grayson, I know you did some special code stuff, and like it seems like you've been working with like URL-based work for a long time. How does like 3D fit into your practice?
Yeah, I wanted to take this opportunity to play with the form, of the 3D space itself, which is like, as you're pointing out, the code involved. And so there's this like button at the back of my little space in the show that maybe we'll look at in a bit. Yeah, I mean, it was the first time that I like put together an exhibition inside of a space like New Art City. And it was super fun. So for me, it was just like about kind of playing around with that and like thinking about some of the affordances of that versus like putting on a show, in real life and like traditional art. So it's just sort of like having fun with these ideas and poking fun at myself a little bit by like constructing a zoetrope, spinning sculpture of an animated GIF, for example, and putting it into the space.
That was really clever. I was super impressed when I found that, but I won't spoil the other special thing that you did with the button.
I'm excited to see.
Yeah. What about you, Bianca? Have you used a virtual space before?
Not in this capacity. I do work in web space frequently, but also I guess I'm mainly thinking about the ways virtual space and physicality and just our physical world come together. So I'm often thinking about voice user interfaces and just the way the interface can exist in physical space, not necessarily through a screen, but if it's a button, a speaker. So this is very new in the sense that it is very virtual, but the piece I made is kind of pulling back into the physical world or speaking to it. So I feel like I'm still in that realm, even though it's being presented in a fully virtual space.
Totally. I have one more question that's sort of different direction before we go into the space. Since you are all like contributing to an archive by participating in this interview, I want to hear kind of how you view archiving in your own practice, or like the function of it more broadly.
I don't want to go. I'm not ready. Somebody else can go first.
I mean, I like in thinking about URL-based work, it's kind of an interesting question because I've made all of these websites over the past years that serve as like, you know, singular pieces. And it's funny, like thinking about how to maintain these things because like, you know, PHP versions go out of date, and like the SQL servers that are being used to like store the data also kind of go out of date and out of sync. And so I'm constantly like having to upkeep these things that feel like they should just be perpetually available because they're online. And so, yeah, there's like something to this, like the hidden maintenance of these sorts of works. And I know that like the work that Rhizome does, for example, is really interesting in like making sure that these pieces that were made on like the first Mac, you know, personal computer can continue to run. And that's just like a very interesting topic and practice, I think.
Absolutely.
I mean, I guess when I think of an archive, I think of collecting, and I am a collector of things, but it's the kind of thematic organization that that makes an archive, right? And well, right now I'm in the process of building an archive about people's earliest memories of the internet from specifically Mexico City area. And I'm just like kind of crowdsourcing responses on different forums and Reddit and things like that, and just collecting text and screenshots, and still trying to figure out how that will be shared, how it will live in the world, and how people can become active contributors. Because right now it is kind of like it's like a very simple feedback loop. Like I put out a question, I collect the answer, and then I'm gonna put that somewhere. But I guess I'm thinking about ways that archives can be a little more expansive, where an appointment isn't required to view a special collection, for example, or you don't have to have special credentials to access something that should be, you know, public knowledge, especially when it's about the internet and early internet. So I guess I don't really know how to answer your question, but it's something I'm trying to figure out.
That was a great answer, first of all, and I feel like it's a question that begets many more questions. I would love to see how that archive materializes.
Yeah, I was gonna add that archives can be a way to share information through time and space, both in terms of like reading and also art. I think about like art websites, like or artist websites as archives. And so yeah, what's a way to create memory on the internet? And what are ways that memory and memories can be disseminated? I think about the role of the archive and what is visible and what is invisible, and how like counter archives work, different versions of memories of the internet. So I'm thinking about yeah, like archive as a collection, archive as a porous space, and archive as a place that maybe is like a zone of items, memories, etc., and code, and then other people who view the archive or enter into the archival mode or space can take away their own meanings. I think that's the experimental nature of the way the archives can work, is an exciting space to be.
Oh, that's another great answer. Do you have something in mind, Olivia? I also have some questions, like specifically about the original Bug Girl account getting zucked, and kind of what it felt like to lose all of that information that's like stored on a platform.
Yeah, it's funny because what I was thinking of is like I've always collected things. I think like my first like the first way I like knew how to use a computer, I didn't know games existed. I didn't know, I would just like go online and search for on Google, and just like Google was the only thing I thought computers could do besides like Minesweeper, right? And so I would just Google images and save them into tons of different folders. And so I'd have like animal folder, subfolder monkeys, subfolder cute monkeys, folder cartoon cute monkeys. You know what I mean? And so I've always been really into collecting. And Grayson, something you said, it's like I've always just thought in my head it's digital, it's online, it's there forever. And so I've always always took collecting physical objects and preserving physical objects much more seriously than preserving digital memory, because to me it's just like, well, it's there forever. And I'm learning now that that's just like not true. And I think like I see a lot of conversations on TikTok specifically where people are discussing internet history, but it's so hard to talk about that because it's like, you can't like MLA format like a tweet you saw a while ago, and those tweets sometimes don't exist anymore. And like entire movements come out of just like, a Tumblr. And yeah, I guess I'm just left with like a lot of question marks on how do you preserve internet history? How do you preserve work online? And yeah, my meme page was zucked and it was tragic for everyone involved, really. And those are gone forever.
And it's like, obviously the memes are like reposts or whatever mostly, and they exist elsewhere, but what the uniting feature is like the things that you chose to gather, right? There's like, it's like what's lost really is like your perspective in this way.
And also like, yes, thanks. That sounds so smart. But I think also just it's simple how it's really hard to find TikToks, you know what I mean? And Vine being on, like you can find like super famous Vines like Two Bros Chilling in a Hot Tub because it's posted on YouTube a billion times, but there's so many things where like, what was that one? And like you're sitting there Googling like monkey holding apple ? Vine 2012, like you're trying to find something so specific. And while like that this is it's just really hard to it's there, impossible to find.
Like on your phone, memory becomes kind of synonymous with information, and then suddenly when you're like there's the schism between your embodied memory and the information somewhere, it's really uncomfortable. And like I'm really glad that you're in this show, because I think viewing like TikTok as a type of archive and like meme page admins as like curators of that archive is like not a trivial distinction to make. That like this is a type of curatorial labor that's being done and not given very much sort of respect for what it is or whatever. Thank you all for your excellent answers to this question. I'm really delighted. So now I can switch to sharing my screen, and then we'll go into the world.
Oh, this is the old world.
Oh no.
You might have to can you go in through the back end, because I haven't published it yet, or should I just publish it right now?
I can go into princess mode. Oh.
What is that?
Oh, do I have to go into preview?
Yes.
Wow, you just haven't published it at all. That's wild. So we see this bubble text.
Changes.
It says Bug World, and there we float down through some really simple clouds. There's like a pale blue sky and a super low poly like grass landscape. I'm looking at these like crayon drawings of theater curtains. I'm seeing this like circle garland of vines with the text hurtling through rose bushes, which I know is a spatial poem. there's this big museum that's also like drawn out of crayon, and then there's a little gift shop with the same textures. Seeing this rotating sphere with all of these little, what would you call those? Like tendrils, like nodules coming out of them, coming out of it. It's like purple and semi-transparent. And there's a sculpture garden with these very like scary looking metallic vines and things. But let's go into the museum first. Oh, let's go to Hiba's because we can see it. What can you tell me about this sphere, Hiba?
It is purple squishy, and you're invited to enter it and read along to the audio. It is a squishy that is about self-assurance and then personal excitement. Yeah.
Let's go in.
Your own excitement. You are your own excitement.
And now I see Hiba's avatar. And so now I kind of see why you're using that vocal effect that I couldn't initially tell that it wasn't you speaking when I went into the 3D space. So the same like low poly sphere thingy is now standing on a gray floor. It's super like foggy, this like dense pink fog, and it's a little bit animated. There's something that's there. I think there are multiple of this shape and they're spinning through each other, or there's some like circle of text, but I can't get up into the sphere and actually see it. Tell me more about this world.
E and C to float up, and then there is purple text that circles that says you are your own excitement, and the center is the slow rotating abstract green and blue shape. Green and blue shape with green in the center and blue at the edges. And the idea is to explore the space while the audio plays. So it's designed it so that kind of the exploration, viewers end up like deep breathing and kind of slowing down.
Yeah, I love that you're kind of like trying to make it like a meditative space where you're exploring a bunch of things in like a narrow range of experience. Be with your body. Yeah, it's nice to be inside of this sigil shape. And it's kind of, I guess if I stand like right here, I can maybe get like snippets of the text. You are your own excitement. Or your own excitement. I see. I really like this curly font too. I remember this having a lot of polygons.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to say about this space?
I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Cool. So let's go back to Bug World. Now I'm going inside of the museum, and this hand-drawn little bug character, these like black line drawings that has like an abdomen and not six, but oh no, it does have 6 legs, so it is an insect, and these little blue wings, and then it's like green highlighter is scribbled through the head and the body. And I think this is Olivia. This is your avatar, right?
Yeah, that's me.
So cute.
So there's some wood paneling and some like red carpet, kind of like a movie theater. And wow, I haven't actually been inside of the museum yet. It looks so good with all of the art. So there are some works by Kira that we'll talk about later, but now I see this is Bianca's video. And I'm seeing like the top of a building, and it's sort of like dusted with snow. Do you want to tell me more about your video?
Yeah. So I shot this part of the video in Detroit, and I didn't really have a specific plan for the video at the time. This was earlier in the year, or in December. But I knew I wanted to document kind of like low tech and high tech. And I was staying at this hotel and could see just like the heating systems in the buildings next to the hotel. And maybe I was refusing to leave the hotel and just kind of wanted to immerse myself in what I could experience from this room and from a window. But yeah, I just ended up taking all this footage of the heating systems, and then as I was like editing everything together later, I guess I was just thinking about how much money is needed to just survive today, right? Just for basic things like keeping your house warm. You need money to be online. You need to pay an internet bill. You need these like physical structures that we live in. Our homes are all just propelled through money, and I kind of wanted to make this narrative that connected the kind of low tech, high tech through this, I guess, just constant transaction with currency.
Yeah, so the screen was just for a while on this, like, it was green lit. They looked like coins, but they had no engravings on the face, just sort of slowly being dropped on top of each other. And now we're looking at another air conditioning system. I liked also, before you started talking, there was like some text flash on the screen that said like, become a subscriber to keep watching, before the coins started. And like, you were turning the pages of a book, and then each of the pages actually had these like videos on them. And one of them I think was your eye, and the other one was maybe you looking down at people who were on the street or something.
Was it? I think.
Oh, so we've looped back around to the first heating, so we can see that again.
Yeah. So for the book, I was thinking of it as an ebook. And this moment here, I was envisioning as everything's kind of charging up, loading up, and the whole screen kind of goes between the kind of tangible screen. So I'm kind of envisioning it as a screen, but also
it's like a screen within a screen almost. There's like a black rounded background as you're turning through the book. And I see now that it's just like close-ups of these AC ducts, and I see like a Ring doorbell.
Yeah, and so the ebook is just like, it's just an ebook. It's just kind of like browsing the web, reading things online. And I also make books. I'm a graphic designer, and so I'm always interested in the different ways that we read. And the way the reading experience also kind of goes from a screen-based one to a physical one.
It's like, are you reading it or are you looking at it?
Yeah.
I see it's also 2-channel. The video on the right it seems like it's just looping on the coins, or is this just the same video and smaller?
Yep, this is just looping on the coins and the rock. So
they look kind of like raw ore or something, or like coal.
Yeah, they are. They're from the science department at the university I teach at. Were like roguely acquired. but they are, I don't know exactly what they are, but they have like fancy science labels on them. So I just made sure not to shoot those, that part of the rocks. But I felt like the rocks were like the previous life of the currency.
Mm. I love roguely acquired. Oh man, I'm seeing a very famous GIF in a we're going into Grayson's room and the floor shifts from the red carpet to this checkered floor, and we still have the wood. We have this projector, and it has a nice little, you can see it like beaming onto the wall with a very clever little transparent shape. So, and it's projecting this video of like a white rectangular diving board off the top, like the top center, and men in suits just keep walking towards the end of this rectangle and falling down into a pile on like a little white square down below. And then it's like, has the nice like ragdoll simulation, so they just keep falling off into the void. And then in this fancy frame, we see the famous GIF of Homer Simpson slowly backing into a hedge. And then I suspect that this is going to be a zoetrope of the same GIF. Oh, that is so cool. So what happens if no. To use like this optical phenomenon in a simulated optical environment. It's really clever. So tell me about this juxtaposition here, Grayson. Like, why did you select this GIF, and how do you think it relates to this physics simulation?
Well, I mean, I just thought that it would be fun to like think about like we create these virtual worlds and then inside of them we like reconstruct, homes and like familiar environments and like kind of physical systems, even though it's not necessarily like, it's not necessary, I guess. And so there's something to just kind of like pointing to that I found kind of funny. I mean, I guess like on the one hand, it's like maybe a silly joke or something. But yeah, just like the fact that like a projector in this virtual space is like strictly unnecessary. But to like point to that kind of like traditional art infrastructure anyway. And then, yeah, like just to recreate a zoetrope is like a totally frivolous idea, because like it was like the original animation, and now of course like we exist in a world of moving images everywhere. But then there's like something kind of insufficient in the virtual space to like fully view the zoetrope perfectly, because like there aren't enough like, there's not enough persistence of vision or whatever to like totally see it as you would IRL. So there's just something kind of funny to me about that, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I love that because it's like you're doing this with the fake projector, and you're also doing it with the very classic like gold leaf embellished frame, and then going even more meta where you clearly have done a screen recording of the zoetrope and filmed that. I'm a huge fan of like infinite recursion like that. And I'm seeing an arcade cabinet that says launch a banker, and there's another one that says I weigh whoops. Oh my god.
So these are two games that I had made previously, and I thought it would be, they're like, yeah, URL based, just sort of like one hit websites. But I thought it'd be funny to build like arcade cabinets so that they could be approached in the space, and then they'll just take you to the web page if you like click through them or whatever. And I Weigh Whoops is a game about art destruction and like the perceived value of art, which felt kind of appropriate to put in this space, because it's a game about breaking Ai Weiwei vases, which is something that an artist did in Miami a while back. And then like bringing that into the digital space is like, if you're sort of breaking his intellectual property in a digital space, like, are you actually destroying artwork? Like, where's like the schism there,
And the same, it's maybe like draws into relief to like, is copying stealing?
Right, exactly.
And I mean, I'm all for launching bankers. Is the banker character similar to the guys in suits falling off into that pile? And so now there's another little alcove with like black walls, and there's a bunch of caution tape that says warning. And so I refuse to heed the warning. And I'm being invited to not press this button. And I think maybe because we're in preview mode, it might not do what we expect it to do.
It does. You just have to walk right through it.
Great.
Oh. Oh no. They told me not to do it. Now, the little meter in the left that shows the frame rate is getting all messed up, and uh-oh. These two different like swirling, 3 or 4 different swirling semi-transparent spheres are now kind of like all overtaking the world. So I can kind of not see anything anymore. Now the ground is this like semi-transparent, like green texture. Things are changing scale. Oh my God, the room is getting huge. What did you do, Grayson?
You can always refresh to get out of it.
Yeah, I figured that we could stop it, but tell me about Grayson, why did you break my beautiful website?
I know. It's because it's so beautiful. Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to like interact with the materiality of the space itself, which is like, you know, when you get right down to it, the code that constructs the place. And so I wrote a script that would like go through all the elements on the page, but also all of the 3D objects in the world and just like randomly rotate and scale them. I'm really excited about, like, on the left, you can see this right click to switch tools and this kind of thing. And like those actual like HTML elements, those buttons have started to like, you know, rotate a little bit. And like the chat bar in the very bottom left corner is also like rotated.
Oh,
So
wow.
it's-
Yeah, that's so good. Yeah, and I can tell you that this is the first time anybody has attempted something like this. So congratulations.
I'm very happy to hear that.
Now I want to explore it. Oh my God, I'm inside this code. This is amazing.
Wow.
And to see how you like vandalized everybody else's artwork in the process.
I love it.
When I was navigating your like hacked bug world earlier, your mug that's in the gift shop that says the future is eco-terrorism was just like huge, like an overlord of the entire world. It was really bonkers. Yeah, that's great.
So thank you for allowing me to temporarily destroy the world.
Oh wow, now the chat bar has moved into the center of the space. Yeah, this is really fun. I want to try using this code on one of my other rooms.
Feel free.
I think you did maybe break my little, because I helped make this space originally. And I guess I didn't also identify these little cute drawings that Olivia made that are like crayon drawings of these smiling little flowers. And there's a cloud that's bouncing on a trampoline, and I made it so if you're, oh no, it still works. When you go on the trampoline, the gravity reduces so you can bounce up way higher than anywhere else in the world. Or maybe not. I just maybe made the
Yeah, I
gravity.
think it's like kind of the same all over the world. But it's it's just thinking that you're jumping on a trampoline. It's the fun part. So
It felt like jumping for me.
yeah. I know. I like to go into bug world really early every morning and get my workout in. Stay cheap.
Yeah, I mean, I like the crayon aesthetic, Olivia. I'm curious kind of like what drew you to this initially? And it kind of feels like it's representative of your aesthetic as Bug Girl, which is maybe kind of like a distinct character from like Olivia the person.
Yeah, I think of well, first of all, it's like my limitation. Like I couldn't possibly draw better than that. And it's how I thought just to approach this world. I didn't. Well, okay, also a side note. I think play as a really like potent access point to art world stuff. I think we all agree like the art world can feel like very stuffy and impenetrable. And I think like I talked about earlier, my audience is around for a good time and we're on a meme page. And I thought that by kind of extending that that sense of play and humor would kind of draw more people in. So that was really one part of it. I wanted to feel like a game. So yeah, I think of it as an access point. Obviously not in like I know they're childish drawings, so I'm not trying to like dumb anything down. I just think it's like fun and it's nice to be in.
It is fun, and I think the sort of shift in tone from like being outside to being inside is really nice. Where like the floors kind of ground you in a different. It's like, okay, I do feel kind of like I'm in a gallery when I go inside, but it's so much more like playful outside.
Yeah, and while the portals and the work all I don't use this like playful aesthetic in a way to not take the work seriously, because I think all the work is like obviously really smart and serious and good, and but I do like the idea of having like I think a lot of times in virtual spaces, for people who haven't spent a lot of time in them like myself, I can get kind of confused, and so I think it was like fun to try to do like a one-to-one, like this is a gallery and here's the floor and here's the ceiling and like this is the world and here's the gift shop and the very obvious theater. And I think that for people who haven't spent time in those virtual spaces, that one-to-one is helpful in understanding what type of thing you're participating in.
Totally.
Yeah, and this is Eileen's work. Yeah, if you want, she couldn't make it to this, but if you want, I can read her statement or just kind of.
Yeah, that would be great. Let me describe it first. So we've gone through into the sculpture garden, and there's these viney metallic shapes, and you go through this mirrored archway, and they're definitely plant-like, but they're not plant colored. So this is like very reflective, and there are all these like little heart-shaped bells coming down off of the arches. In the center, there are two logs that are covered with spiny vines that are more biologically colored. And then we're surrounded by these other like gigantic flowers. I wonder what kind of flower this is. It has 3 petals and then another 3 petals that are smaller, offset by like 45 degrees. And then in the center, there's kind of like a bell shape, and these are all like curled up around. And I see some like halved pomegranates. Oh, and when I go through this arch, which appears when I go towards it, then there's kind of like a bunch of these pomegranates that are then like floating up into the sky with some of their leaves coming off. And then there's also like a spiral of dirt in the center. Yeah, please go ahead and read Eileen's statement.
All right, I'm just gonna. Okay, so the virtual garden explores emotional intimacies through the symbolic meaning we culturally give to plants and flowers. We often use what we see in nature to reflect and communicate our internal emotions, values, or ideals. Flowers, trees, their compositional arrangements, or the caretaking methods can be representative of a larger philosophy. Gardens in particular are a canvas that can take on a grand physical representation of our internal complexities, serving as a manifestation of our personal journeys and experiences. While gardens allow us to also fabricate a sense of control over nature, the virtual garden allows me to take this one step further. I can create an immersive and interactive environment that invites viewers to explore and contemplate the different stages of love in an otherworldly setting. By using a range of plants and flowers, each with their own unique symbolic meaning, I hope this project serves as both a personal expression of my own pursuits and love and a connection to those who also daydream about the human experience of love. But ultimately, I hope this project reminds us of the beauty and complexity in our emotional lives. So it's like a love poem riddled with, botanical symbolism. And it's beautiful.
Yeah, and I love the metadata on these is really illuminating too. So anybody who's visiting via the catalog, I encourage you to read these descriptions, because they're both kind of poetic and also visually descriptive. And I want to go back to Kira's work as well. And I've been following her work for a while, and I only briefly glimpsed it. But it's super colorful. So they look like they could have been generated with Midjourney, but it's hard for me to say whether they are or not. They're very candy colored. We have all of these semi-transparent, there's like a disco sphere and some like grass spheres, and we have some bamboo. And then there are 3 large square images, and then a few of these same images are like rotating spheres. So the first one I'm looking at is like a bald head that's kind of, and the chin and neck and torso are painted in this pink, and then the rest of the face is in this like reflective blue, and there's like a green grass background with some blue sky, and it's where like over the eyes are these big like coverings that are very like spherical or like rock-like, I guess. And they're this like reflective fuchsia color, and it's wearing a furry hat. And then next to this looks very, very AI. It's kind of like an impressionistic forest scene, and then on the left there's a figure with super long arms, and it seems to be wearing like a sleeved maxi dress, and it has like red hair. And then there are these floating like pearlescent orange orbs, and then there's another one that's more it's more abstract. It has more shape to it, but it's very like smooth curves in pink. And then the last one that we're looking at is these twin, like older femme figures with pink hair with bangs, and they're making these kind of inquisitive faces, and they're dressed in this very like, it's like glittery, or like, what's that stuff that you like, those like, what's that plastic stuff called that you use to like decorate for a party? It looks like they're made out of that.
What is that? Foil-ish.
Is it Mylar?
Yeah, it looks like the like Mylar party decorations.
I spoke to Kira before this, so I can speak a little to her work if that's all right.
Please, yeah, that would be great.
Yeah. So she did make these paintings with AI. She was inspired by Bug World being an ecosystem centered around play, and reflected that in these paintings. They're very process-based images. They're not made with a final image in mind. She'll see a detail IRL and kind of chase that detail down the AI rabbit hole, and play with the colors and textures and everything, creating a world. She sees AI as a collaborator in world building, and finds it really important to build worlds that reflect eco-friendly, happy, and gender expansive spaces. It feels to her, she says it feels very in opposition to a lot of her other work, which is really serious and based in real life stuff, some heavy real life things. And so yeah, she was explaining how she thinks AI can be used for either harm or healing, and by using AI in this playful and intuitive way, she feels like she's able to access, you know, different parts of her consciousness, and does see it as like a healing practice.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's like prompt-based AI art is so interesting, and like following the rabbit holes from like language to image is such an interesting process. So is there anything else in or about the world that you want to speak to? We haven't gotten into the gift shop yet. I know Grayson has an eco-terrorism mug here.
There will be some more stuff in the gift shop. I'm trying to think if there was anything else on this. No, yeah, I can't really think of it. Gift shop isn't done, but yeah, I'm just using the gift shop as an opportunity to let artists sell their work, sell work I've made in collaboration with other artists, and every museum has a gift shop, you know.
Totally. There are these really cool hoop earrings they're like meta hoops with like additional like 3 rings inside of the hoops that are attached by additional rings that are attached around the inner edge of the hoops, and they're like gold. And I have a pair, and I know the secret that they come also with little like plastic charms that Olivia designed and cast themselves. And you can see an image of them above. There's like, they look like the crayon drawings. We have a little cloud and a little egg yolk and a turtle and a butterfly. And then on this, like, it's a very like big box store shelf. We can see the Grayson's mugs that say the future is eco-terrorism.
I'm just full of angst.
Aren't we all? Thank you for naming that. Thank you for speaking to that. Well, amazing. Thank you all so much for joining me. Is there anything else that you want to say before we close out?
No, just thank you to everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you for participating.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll stop recording now. Hi.
Hello.
So the first questions I'm going to ask are just like, what's your name? What's the title of your piece? And like, what was your role?
Well, my name is Nakoka Ko, and I am an artist. That was my role. And I basically created the whole project from start to finish. It was my first New Art City project. And